Hello and welcome to Blackfeather Guild. Tonight we're going to be doing a really special community one-shot because we're going to be playtesting my new tabletop system, Fundamental RPG 2nd Edition. If you're familiar with some of the shows that we've had on the channel in past seasons, such as all of Badlands, Lightbringer, we've also got a couple shows this season running it, Animus Absentus and Water. Those were all running on 1st Edition. So this essentially takes all the things that we learned through those campaigns and games and running through everything and streamlines it in a lot of ways and adds a lot of new things in other areas where things were lacking. So I'm really excited about this. I've been working pretty hard on getting this ready to go to give folks an alternative to D&D 5th Edition because of a lot of things that are going around with that. So something that is a D20 system that we're all familiar with. We all love rolling D20s and looking out for the nat ones and screaming when we get a nat 20 and everything. So this system tries to capture a lot of that we're all familiar with while bringing a lot of unique features to the table. Literally, no pun intended. And do it in such a way that empowers the players and the DM to tell their own stories without having to worry about rules getting in the way or having to do hacks on the rules to make it work for what they're trying to do. The whole idea is for the rules to support the story and then get the hell out of the way so that everybody can just have fun, as the name suggests. Before we go say hello to our players and get started on the action and the playtest itself, did want to talk a quick moment about viewer actions. There's a lot of really cool stuff that you can do with that. Just get this into chat. The game tweet that you'll see in chat there, every 10 interactions on that gives a D4 to the cast and to me, I'll be the game master tonight, that we can use on any roll that we would like. So, for example, if somebody is trying to leap over a chasm and they are 2 away from hitting the DC for that, obviously a D4 would be very fortuitous to have. Could be the difference between making that jump and falling to your death. But it can be used for less dire circumstances as well. Other ways that you can interact are through guild coins. If you look at the rainbow-colored little round icon below your Twitch chat box, it'll have the Blackfeather crest. Looks like that. That'll show you all the different things that you can do with guild coins, but one of the biggest things you can use those for is plot points. And plot points let you sort of side seat DM in a good way. You can throw in random stuff into the scene or the encounter. You can take things out, rename them, change things. Whatever you want to do, it just depends on how many plot points that you spend as to whether it's a big thing or a little thing. There's a full description of what those do in the panels down below or in the guild coin menu that I mentioned, that little icon. You can see the full description there as well. The Game Master or DM does have final say on what does get added in, so we may tweak it a little bit here and there. If it's going to be game-breaking or it just really does not fit the story at all, might tweak it a little bit to make it fit, but generally we're going to try and stick with whatever you suggested. Next, we've got donations. So if you want to help keep the lights on, as it were, there's a lot of different ways that you can do that and a lot of really cool stuff you can get for doing so. If you look at the chart over here, coffee.com/Raven or raven.rocks, either one will take you to a spot where you can donate directly. And that equals dollar for dollar to the things that you see over on this chart, which I'll explain in just a moment. You can also do subscriptions and bits through Twitch. That's that red bar up there over in the corner. And it's the same deal. So a subscription for Tier 1 is $5, or technically it's $4.99, but we'll round it up to $5, so you'd get $5 worth of whatever you'd like on that chart. And then the direct donations, as I mentioned, is the other bar. and that'll fill up with blue as it goes. And then last but not least, we've got Patreon, which is now there in chat. So with Patreon, our Bard tier patrons and higher get credits towards viewer actions every month. So Bard tier starts at $15. So you would get $15 to spend on this chart on any games that you want throughout the course of the month. So it's pretty cool. And particularly relevant tonight because the playtest version of this game, the playtest version of Fundamental RPG 2nd Edition, is currently up on Patreon for Bard tier and higher patrons. So if you're watching tonight and you think this looks pretty fun, you want to try it out with your friends, if you subscribe at the Bard tier, you will get access to that. So it's pretty cool. And then as we test this out, I'll be making some adjustments and tweaks here and there as needed. And then I hope to have the final version out here pretty soon, certainly before the end of summer. As I think we've tested a lot on first edition pretty well, so it's really just figuring out the changes that we've made for this one. So all that is all the business stuff out of the way. Let me explain what these things are, and then we'll get started in the game. So the D4 and the D6 is pretty self-explanatory, but the switch means that you can change an action word. So to use a classic example, let's say you've got a bard-like player or character in your party, and they've been trying to seduce everything as the party has gone along, and the party's tired of it. If they try to say seduce the dragon, another party member or the DM, if they have a switch, can say switch, and then the bard has to come up with something else. It's just the action word or the verb that gets replaced, and it can't be directly synonymous. So it's a fun way to nudge the story in different directions. The player that's currently acting still has full control over what they do, they just have to do it a little bit differently, because agency obviously is important. Advantage and rerolls means that you will roll twice and take the better of the two results. The difference between those two is that an advantage has to be used beforehand. So it's like, this is an important roll, I want to make sure it goes through, I'm going to use an advantage. Whereas a reroll you can use at any point, which is great for, oh crap, I rolled a nat 1, this is going to be bad, let me reroll that so it's not bad. That's the difference there. A complication is a lot like the plot points, except you get 1 to 3 sentences, just type it into chat. Whatever you want to do in the scene, we'll make it work, if at all possible. The Game Master does still have say on what gets added in, but we tend to give you a lot more leeway with complications than we do with plot points. So as long as it's not something like the big bad evil guy just falls over dead, obviously that would throw things off too much to keep going. So as long as it's nothing major like that, we'll stick with whatever you say. Swap 2 players for 5 minutes means that the players will swap characters, so they'll play each other's characters for 5 minutes. That includes me. You could put somebody in the DM seat. Might not recommend swapping me out for this particular one, since this is a brand new system, but you can swap the players. And then the 1-up is if you really want to make sure somebody survives if they're about to die, you can donate a 1-up, and instead of going to 0 hit points or dying, they'll come back with 1 hit point. So it gives them a chance to get out of the situation that they've found themselves in, hopefully in one piece. And that is everything. So we're going to go say hi to the cast and get started. Let's get over here to our community one-shot screen. Here we go. Hello. So we're going to introduce everybody, starting with Susie. Tell us a little bit about Ariana and yourself.
So Ariana is sneaky rogue assassin.
Nice.
Myself, there's not much to say about myself. You can find us as a collective on Twitter at Village System. So
Fantastic. Yeah. And then next we've got admin. Tell us a little bit about Lash and yourself.
All right, Lash is going to be your very straightforward ranger. He likes to be one with nature, all that good stuff. One key thing is part of where he came from is he was a soldier in the army. He joined the special forces, and of the particular army he was a part of, and so that influences a lot of it. A lot of his actions. About me, I'm admin. You can find me on Twitter, tweeting random tweets and retweeting other things. I occasionally stream on occasion, and that's yeah, just playing games, all a good time.
All right, awesome. Well, to introduce you to our setting, so the two of you are part of a kingdom, and I'm going to let chat actually choose the name if they would like. Feel free to toss in the name of the kingdom that you'd like to see. But you're part of a kingdom that's been being plagued by dragons. There's been reports coming in to the capital where the two of you are located. That entire villages along the fringes of the kingdom have been just decimated. There's nothing left but smoldering craters. There's been reports of dragons being sighted, moving further and further in. It almost seems to be like just this systematic advance, hitting key points, certain villages, mostly villages that provide the kingdom with some type of good, be it blacksmithing or farming or livestock, that sort of thing. Generally, if it's something that provides aid to the capital or to their armies, it's getting hit by these dragons, and it's really starting to concern the king. So the king has summoned the two of you to assist with the situation.
We're helping the king and not the dragons?
I mean, if you want to end up helping the dragons, you can. But for
Okay.
now, you've been summoned.
Well, the key point of how of Lash is, I didn't mention this before, but Lash has draconophobia, and
Oh no.
being said, we are doing this at level 20. He has mostly worked to overcome that at this point, but that's still something that's probably going to affect what's going to happen. And now we're going to fight dragons, but yeah, he's going to show up to the summons for sure, though.
Okay. So, having been summoned by the royal family, they of course don't expect you to walk to the castle. So, Lash, we're gonna start with you. You are at your home when you get the summons. So, what is Lash doing, and what does his home look like?
Oh, it's a simple place near the forest, of course, and it's pretty much just like your one room hut. Think very very much like Hagrid from Harry Potter, that kind of hut. He's probably just in the middle of it's probably late afternoon. He's getting ready to prepare a meal, and yeah, that's pretty much what he's doing right now.
Okay. As you're preparing your meal, you get a sound knock on the door. It's quite loud, quite purposeful.
Well, we're gonna go answer that door.
All right. As you answer it, you notice very obvious royal colors and the crest on this guy's tunic. And he looks... Excuse me. Goodness. I'm not sure where that came from. He looks very stern. And like he probably doesn't have a sense of humor. He just looks at you and goes, "Yes, Lash, I believe it is, right?"
Yes. I've what I would think I would recognize him because Lash is from the, like, he got a fairly decent rank when he was part of the army. So that,
Okay.
is it likely they know each other, or at least they would at least know each other's names?
Yeah, I'm gonna say that you recognize this guy, but he's acting like he doesn't know you.
Okay.
He
That's
seems
like,
quite snooty.
okay, it's one of those. Oh, yes, that is I. What can I help you with?
Yes, well, I don't normally, not normally dispatched to send messages to adventurers, but the king wants to see you. He said that I was to come get you at once. I normally chauffeur nobles and the like, but the king told me to come here, so that's where I am. Just try not to vomit or whatever it is you adventurers do in the back of the carriage.
Well, I'll leave at once. I'll grab
Alright.
grab my things and let's go.
Um,
Not one to waste time.
Perfect. So as you grab your stuff, he just stands next to the door to the carriage, and it's one of those really fancy, completely covered ones with the tapestry on the inside, curtains so you can have complete privacy, and cushioned pillows on the seats and everything. And he just sort of opens the door for you and holds out his hand, but it's like holding out two fingers to take your things rather than, the whole hand, like he's afraid to get dirty by touching your stuff.
Well, I hand him my main pack, as well as like, what I can put my stuff on and help with this. You don't have to be so. It's what's the word? Formal with me.
Normally, protocol would dictate that I must do this, but seeing as it means I don't have to touch your things, then I will just let you take care of it. Let me know when you're ready to leave.
You can do it when we get back to the palace. That's just so we can save face there. But yeah, let's just get going. It's a summons from the king. We can't dally.
Yes, let's hurry. So he just hands you your stuff and waits until you're all settled in the carriage.
This is a lot more comfortable than I'm used to. Usually I have to walk anyway. So this is nice.
Yes, well, enjoy it while you can, I suppose.
Well, I'm sure something important.
You probably do remember mentioning that you probably knew this guy's name. You do recall his name is Bentley, by the way.
Bentley.
And you take off, and sometime later you stop in front of another house, which is going to be Ariana's. So
I actually rolled for this on a table for rogues. Ariana is currently in custody at the castle.
Okay.
This
we
is
can
wonderful.
do that. So you stop at a house. Bentley gets out of the gets off the carriage rather, knocks on the door, and that's when you hear him go, "Oh, what's this?" And you can hear the crinkle of paper. You can look out the window if you would like to see what's going on. And if you do so, you would notice that he's holding this piece of paper with an official city guard seal on the bottom of it. And it appears that the second stop, the next person that was supposed to come along, has been arrested. And you hear Bentley just go, ugh, and crumple up the paper and hop back on the carriage and goes, "Never mind, we'll pick up your companion at the castle." You're muted, admin.
All right, well let's get moving.
Very well. And you hear the slap of the reins as he gets the carriage going. And if there were a way to be passive-aggressive with starting up a carriage, Bentley finds a way to do it. And sometime later, after
largely ignores it. That military life can be, it's fine.
And so after doing the clickety clackety on the cobblestones, you eventually pull up to the castle and are escorted into the king's throne room. We're going to pause there and head down to the castle dungeon, where we will actually find Ariana. So Ariana, you are in a pretty dismal dungeon cell. It's damp, it smells, it's dirty. You were not given favorable treatment. Perhaps you've been you've had some interactions with the city guard before on a regular basis or something like that.
Lots.
Yeah, so they basically throw you into the worst cell they can find. What is Ariana doing as she's locked up in this cell?
She has her dagger out and is sharpening it on the. No, they have their dagger out and are sharpening it against the prison cells, the prison cell bars. And
I'm gonna say they probably would have taken those from you unless you were able to hide it carefully. So give me a blend in roll to see if you were actually able to keep your dagger.
Oh, this is going to be simple. Okay, let's see. Let's roll this. That is a 41.
41. Let me.
I will put that in. Where is? Oh, there.
1 second. Here we go. So I was looking for my DC chart here. So 41 falls under impressive, which is basically intimidating levels of damage or protection. Oh wait, no. This is the magic DC chart. Where's the skill one? 1 second. Where are we at? Here we go. Okay, so it's still impressive, which is between 35 to 45. Tasks that would require the person to be dedicated in their field or ability, expert level of experience or knowledge, is what this DC is described as. So, yeah, I'd say that that would work. You managed to hide one of your daggers.
It's not your normal dagger. It's like the size of the size of my finger right there. So it's not your normal dagger. It's a tiny dagger.
Okay, so kind of like what are those called? Stiletto?
Yeah.
Okay.
Except it doesn't extend. It's just that tiny.
Okay, and this is your magical poisoned one, right?
No, this is not a magical.
Okay, just a regular one.
Hidden somewhere else.
Okay. Well, they do confiscate everything from you, but you do manage to hide that one dagger. So you're sharpening that as they come up to the door, and you hear, you hear the jingle of keys scraping across that iron metal as they unlock the door, slam it open, seeming to be very annoyed.
They hear the guards coming and they hide the dagger.
Okay. Give me another blend in roll, because I'm evil.
So that's 19 plus 23 is 42.
Nice. Yeah, you adequately hide that dagger. These dungeon guards are not not what you would call the elite of the king's forces, so they don't notice. They throw open the door, and one of the more portly looking of them.
I haven't been adding in my training. That would have been higher. That would have been a 52 and a 40
what's your
and a 51.
What's your training?
My training is 10 in thievery.
Okay, so you have 10 training points in your trade, which you've designated as thief. or thievery.
Yeah. So that
Okay,
would've
so
been
yeah,
a
this is
51
absolutely
and a 52.
nice. Yeah, it's absolutely a situation where that would apply. So you hide that no problem whatsoever. And the more portly of the two guards that come to let you out, sort of wipes his nose and goes, "Ugh. King said where to bring you up. So, on your feet."
Oh, finally, you decided that you have no evidence.
I don't need evidence, but the king said to take you upstairs, so you're going upstairs.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
It kind of stinks, so maybe wash yourself off in the... There's a water bucket outside.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And the skinnier of the two doesn't really say anything. He seems the silent type. Just kind of grabs the back of your collar and escorts you out of the dungeon to the outside, where there's essentially like a rain barrel full of water.
Oh, I have not described how Ariana is dressed. So, leathers. Just all leathers. Green and blue. Mainly blue, because blue blends into the night sky very well. And
Yes, it does.
and the boots are blue and they go all the way up to their knee, and they have just so many pockets in their boot that no one knows.
Awesome.
Just
I have to ask, are these the boots with the fur?
they do have fur.
Awesome. I couldn't resist. Okay, cool. So, yeah, the skinny guard just grabs you, by the sort of the collar on your leather top there, and escorts you outside and sort of shoves you in front of a rain barrel. It's full of water and it looks clean, but they're both standing there like expectantly, waiting for you to like just wash your face off or something. And the skinny one sort of holding their nose with one hand now.
Would you mind turning around? It's common courtesy.
I didn't expect you to take a shower or anything. Just wash your face.
Fine. They wash their face.
Okay. After that, they
and the makeup just comes off. Just
okay.
so much makeup.
The skinny one sort of looks at the barrel and looks to the portly one and makes a gesture. Still doesn't say anything, which is kind of odd. Just makes a gesture and he goes, "Yeah, we're gonna have to dump that out." And then they escort you to the throne room, where you are able to see Lash, who has just entered in.
These guards Penn and Teller.
Maybe. It's kind of that concept, yeah. So yeah, you're both in the throne room, and opulence is not the word. It's an understatement. There is gold inlay on everything, marble tile. There's what you would usually use, metal for, or maybe shiny bits of glass, is real gemstones. I mean, just this room alone could probably feed the entire kingdom for a decade. And you get the sense that, and you probably already know this, but you've gotten the sense over your time serving the king in this kingdom, that they tend to hoard a lot of wealth for themselves. They're not necessarily known for being
distributed to the poor.
Nice. They tend to be, or they're not known rather for being particularly awful to their subjects. like nobody goes, "Oh my gosh, it's I hate living here," um, but they certainly tax them a little more than they should, and they are obviously getting income from somewhere else. Um, the two of you know this just from your time here, and because you're both high level and observant. Um, so, do with that information what you will. But as you look at this incredibly opulent room, there's a red carpet, uh, which is probably like velvet or something like that. As it leads up to the throne room, there's stained glass windows on either side. It's very well lit, and there is a ridiculously large, solid gold throne with different furs and cushions and things like that, and this small little old guy sitting on the throne. White hair, sort of sunken eyes a little bit. He looks stressed, like he probably hasn't slept in a few days, and nobody knows the king's actual age, but if you had to guess, probably like somewhere around 70s or 80s, in that range, with the average lifespan of humans in this kingdom being, at least for the wealthy nobles, around 100 years old.
Point of order.
He beckons you forward.
Since the king's in the room, Lash would have done his genuflect, done his bow. Is he still kneeling? Has he been told to be at ease or something like that?
Yeah. As you both enter and do your formalities, your escorts leave, and the king does beckon you forward.
Ariana does zero formalities and just says, "Oh, I must be your favorite person by now. I've been called in here how many times?"
The guards before they leave just look at you with disdain, but they don't force the issue or anything, and the king just seems to be sort of ignoring it. You get the sense that because you're really good at what you do, you're able to get away with some things, but there is still some tension there. Maybe don't push your luck too much. Is kind of the sense that you get from the guards. So the king does beckon you forward. You're able to move up. Anything you want to do before he starts talking?
I'm just gonna listen and kind of cringe at pretty sure whatever my companion's going to say. I'm sure.
I'm going to put the poison dagger away that I got from the guards, hopefully. Unless the guards didn't give it.
Yeah. They did return your things to you, yes.
Wonderful. That's going in the back of the left boot right here. As Now, Kingy, baby, what's
oh
the
my
problem
god.
today?
The king just sort of does pinch the bridge of their nose. I forgot how irreverent you are, Ariana. As you've no doubt,
that I deserve to be as irreverent as I want.
we'll put a pin in that conversation. As you both have probably heard, well, Ariana, you've been in prison, so maybe not, but I'll fill you both in. Our kingdom is under attack by dragons. They're taking out key villages on the outskirts of the kingdom, and they are making their way inward. I've dispatched army regulars out there, and the few who have returned said that these dragons are very powerful. There are at least 3 of them, if not more, but 3 have been sighted at one time. And there seems to be no motivation. They're not eating the livestock, they're not taking any valuables and moving them off to their hordes. They're just chaos and destruction.
Ariana pulls out 3 scales from their bag and is like, "So which color are they?" one's blue, one's green, one's yellow.
those types of details are below my pay grade. Talk to one of the generals if you want to know those things. The reason I've summoned you here is because the army regulars are not really up to the task. And the two of you have been successful in thwarting enemies of the kingdom in the past. So I need you two to find out why these dragons are attacking. I don't recommend fighting them head on, as you can imagine that would probably end poorly if entire units of the army were all wiped out. So I need you two to do what you do best, which is root things out, find things that need to be found, and determine where this threat's really coming from.
And who is actually the threat?
Yes, that. So, the last dragon attack was spotted in Lakewood, which you both know is probably about a good day's ride on horseback away from here. So that's where I want you both to go and start looking and report back to me everything you find. And to that end, if you look on the table over there, you'll find 2 orbs. Take one of them, and that will allow you to communicate back here at will.
As you wish, Your Majesty. Give a bow, and I collect my orb and gesture to Ariana. Let's go.
Ariana does this kind of flip then a bow. As you wish.
Yes, yes.
I will do my best.
Save
I hope this wipes out any debt that you may see me having towards you. Winks.
I'm the king and you're my subject, so that means you do what I tell you to. I don't owe you anything. And save your flamboyancy and extraness for the threats. He just kind of sternly looks at you and waves you away. Almost as if the guards outside knew exactly when his hand flicked. Because immediately right after his hand flicks, the doors open and the guards come in to escort you out. And they give you provisions that you need, so they give you 2 fast horses with a saddlebags, everything you need for a journey, including provisions, food, water skins, that sort of thing. And they bid you on your way.
And who is it that we need to make contact with in the next village? What was the village name again?
The village name was Lakewood.
Lakewood.
Or rather formerly Lakewood. It's now a crater. But
Craterwood.
That is where they were last. Craterwood. There you go. Although the wood is also gone, so maybe it's just Crater.
Crater Hole.
Crater Hole. There you go.
Crater Hole.
I'll be sure to bring the tourists in. So that's the location where the dragons were last spotted.
All right, so there's no point of contact then. It's all gone. Excellent. Well, let's be off.
My cabin.
One moment.
No worries.
All right, then let's get going. What was your name?
Oh, my name's not important.
I would really like to know what to call you.
You could just call me Ari.
Ari, my name is Lash.
That is a fantastic name.
I do think so. Let's shall we be off? It's gonna be quite a ride, and I hope to make it a little bit faster than a day.
Okay. If you would like to make it faster than a day, since you are dealing with horses and animals and moving through nature, have you roll Naturalist to try to push the horses.
Where's my character sheet? There it is. Naturalist. Okay.
Well, that was 36.
36. That is going to
28 for me.
Go. One sec, my document just completely put me on a different page. There it is. Alright, so we've got a 36 from Lash, which is impressive, and a 28 from Ariana, which is hard. So, Lash, you are going a little bit faster than Ariana. You're able to kind of push the horses and pace them in such a way that they don't get too tired by the time that you get there. Do you wait for Ariana, or do you forge ahead?
Keep pace with Ariana.
Okay. Also, I just realized that I never did your green screen, so there we go.
Not lit properly.
And that should about do it.
You didn't have to. It's not super lit properly. It's mostly so it's not a mess behind me.
No worries. There you go. Yeah. Do you wait for Ariana, or do you forge ahead?
Keeping pace with Ariana. We're traveling companions.
Okay. Then, yeah, instead of it being a full day's ride, you've got a couple of hours of daylight before it's going to be nighttime. So you're right at about dusk, just before the sun starts to really go down.
As it gets darker, Ariana gets harder to see.
Because the armor, right?
Because of the leather, yeah.
I mean, same.
With the environment.
Okay. As you approach, you can see that, yeah, it's pretty much a crater. The lake is completely dried up. You can see plenty of skeletons of fish where they've just been charred to the bone. It's very clear that the lake was a lake. It's just there's no water. The area is very, very humid, as the lake has now become the air around you. And there's a few little bits and pieces of buildings and fences that didn't completely turn to ash. The air smells thickly of sulfur and, of course, ash, charcoal, that kind of scent. And you get the feeling like you're being watched, even though you can see everything's been burned away.
Would that be like, I make like a gut feeling roll?
Absolutely.
Kind of see, get like a general lay of the land and what we're dealing with right now. See what we can learn. 38.
Sure. 38 on gut feeling.
Yes.
19 plus 18 is
Perfect. So, that's why I was doing that.
37.
So with a
Feeling.
30. Okay, we'll get to that in just a sec. So a 38 for Lash. You get the feeling that you're being watched from the trees off in the distance. So just outside the circle of fire and destruction that happened, there are other trees. Being the wood part of Lakewood, and it's getting close to sunset, so there's long shadows. It's a little hard to see into it, but you get the sense that you're being watched by something, and it's coming from that direction.
All right.
And
So, I'm
The
not
37,
go on.
Ariana gets the same sense.
So I'm gonna Lash is. We're gonna try to naturally move closer to where we think that's coming from, and I'm looking at the crater, trying to see like what more I can gain from it. I'm just gonna pretty much start talking and moving closer to there, and just say, well, we'll just start a conversation. Hey, so Ariana, what led you to being imprisoned at the castle as we move closer to the point of interest?
They let's just say that there was a misunderstanding, and I was caught in a situation where it was not what it looked like.
I've run into points like that, times like that before. But like we have time. It looks like it's going to be a bit before any of this destruction can give us anything meaningful to look at. I'm gonna make a sight roll. Let's see what else I can learn.
Okay.
As well, getting closer. But what? I think I've heard your name of didn't you like infiltrate the enemy kingdom, going and was able to like throw it wasn't the enemy kingdom, it was the allied kingdom. You were able to halt a coup just single-handedly. Was that you?
That was one of my many alter egos, but yes, I was the person behind it.
I was very impressed. That's something we certainly tried to study and learn from back when I was part of the military.
With your 33 sight roll, by the way,
yeah.
You look at the direction that you think you're being watched from, and you feel it even stronger now. Like something is definitely watching you from that direction, and you can see clearly now as you squint your eyes. There's nobody there. It's just the trees.
Interesting. So Ariana, surely you have some great stories from either yourself or one of your alter egos of something more you've done, or even something not quite as impressive as halting a coup.
It's mostly whoever has the most coin. I do what they want, and then I don't do what they want, because when it's all said and done, everyone's back to where they started.
All right. So, what do you make of this crater? It certainly looks like at least 3 dragons came through here, and I'm not getting too much more out of this.
Can I roll naturalist to see what I know?
Yeah. What are you trying to determine?
See
With
what I can
naturalist?
see what I can tell from. I want to see if I can tell what happened here, where the dragons went, or if this was even dragons.
Okay, so you're looking for like dragon tracks or some sign that the dragons were here and maybe where they went, like kind of like tracking them. Yeah, you can roll naturalist for that.
Wow, that's not bad. That's 30.
30. Okay. So with a 30, that is a challenging difficulty check, which is only the trained should attempt this. These type of tasks typically take years of study and or practice to accomplish. Um, so you're able to do some tracking, and yeah, um, you probably haven't fought too many dragons yourself, but you've read some books. You've talked to people who have hunted dragons before, and the telltale signs are there. Um, there are um, sort of windswept patterns in the dust and ash that look like where a dragon maybe took off. You notice some footprints, and you're able to tell um, by examining all of these different little signs, and with the assistance of Lash, between the two of you, uh, you're able to tell that they flew off towards the east, which the two of you being longtime residents, pretty much your whole lives of this kingdom, you would know is it's a big blacksmithing and milling town. So there's a river that runs through there, so they do a lot of mills. They make a lot of the armor and weapons for the kingdom. It's one of the biggest military production villages for the kingdom, and that seems to be the direction that these dragons are heading.
All right, so it's probably like right up next to some mountains, easy places for dragons to hide.
Um, yeah, there's some hills, but it's mostly just forests.
Yeah, but
It might be kind of hard for dragons to
they're
hide.
heading toward the town.
They're heading towards a significantly sized village.
Yes.
There's a few mountains that they could probably hide in, but it's mostly just hills. They're not really big mountains.
Disguise as we head towards this town.
Okay. All right. What would you like to disguise yourself as?
An old
I'm not quite
man
ready to.
named Winslow.
Winslow.
Okay. What was that, Emin?
See, So that's when we go to the town. I'm still not quite done investigating because I'm trying to find out see if I can glean some information of what the target was. Like, does it seem like it was just centered in, like, directly in the middle of town, and they're just trying to cause destruction, or was there like someplace that seemed like it was hit harder than others? I'm wondering if they're trying to cover their tracks for something they tried to do, make it seem like it's something it's not, and lives just didn't matter to them, which that was fairly obvious.
Yeah, if you want to investigate the town a little bit more, go ahead and let's do a sight check for that. Just
8
for a visual inspection.
Oh,
So a 25. 25, so that's a hard difficulty check, which is described as tasks that take some concentration and effort from the trained. The untrained person would find this extremely difficult. So with that roll, you're able to notice a few things. You're feeling a little bit rushed because Ariana seems like they want to get over to the next town. So maybe you don't look at quite as much as you could have.
No, I'm not in a hurry to get to the next town. I want to disguise myself before we get there.
okay.
Or you're feeling rushed from something.
Okay.
So you don't take as close of a look as you might otherwise. That is how we're explaining the 25. But you do notice some things. One, you notice a distinct lack of human skeletons. There do not seem to be any bodies here. And you notice as you glance over at the lake that there seems to be some sort of opening on the far end of the lake that would have been under the water when the lake was full. Maybe it's some sort of cave. It's a little far off. You'd have to get a little bit closer to get a better look at it.
Well, so I'm going to start going down there, and I'm going to say, Ariana, I have a question for you. How recently do you think this attack happened?
Oh, I don't speculate in that area. And it's not really much of a concern to me. I know where they headed, so.
Based on our previous checks, I presume we can get a good feel of how recently this attack happened?
Yeah, it's some of the ashes and the charred bits of things are still warm. So it's probably happened within the last 24 to 48 hours.
Okay. And how many attacks have happened around the kingdom that we're aware of?
The king didn't give you a specific number, but we'll say that probably one of the generals or army people would have briefed you a little bit more. And we'll say it's about a half dozen that have happened over the last week and a half.
And I presume it has the same the same kind of destruction from reports. Yeah. So I'm curious, how did we hear about this so quickly if we don't see any survivors?
I assume it was the city guard.
You do have that orb.
Is there like an orb?
So you do know that. Yeah, you don't know for sure if it's exactly in each town, but if the army was sent out after, it's a safe bet that somebody would have had an orb to communicate back.
Okay, it's probably some high-ranking stuff. It's likely that the governors or something have something to communicate quickly, especially if they gave us this. Well, yeah, I'm not sure what else we can really learn from here. But I want to go and investigate just before we go. I want to go investigate where we felt somebody was watching us.
Okay.
Look around there specifically.
Now, I sense that someone is watching us as well, or
I believe you both did. Yes.
Yeah, we both did.
I didn't care because I generally don't care. I can hide from people.
Okay. So do you go with Lash as he heads towards the woods? Or do you hold back?
I'm staying behind, trying to stay as hidden as I can, and disguise myself.
Okay, so you're splitting the party. Cool.
Yes, with two people.
We're gonna address Lash first then. As you head to the woods, it's starting to get darker. So there's only a little bit of sunlight left. The shadows are getting longer and longer, and the woods feel really creepy. You're no stranger to forested areas and moving through the woods at night, but this is a little bit different. That feeling that you're being watched gets stronger and stronger the more you go into the forest. I assume you're at the tree line at this point?
Yeah, and as I get there, I want to make a hearing check because I'm not gonna trust my sight as hard on this one. But I'm gonna start listening. Like that, my smell is overcome by the sulfur, the ash, so that's strong enough to cover really anything else I might smell on that. But yeah, I'm gonna make a hearing check on that. Plus.
Okay. Also, as a heads up, we've had 10 interactions on the tweet, so that's going to be an extra D4 to both of us.
Excellent.
43 on hearing, fantastic. So with a 43, for the benefit of everyone watching, that is impressive, which again is tasks that would require the person to be dedicated in their field or ability, expert level or of experience or knowledge. And with that, as you stop and listen, you note that you don't hear any wildlife really at all. There's no birds, there's no animals. The woods are fine, they didn't get burned. So you would expect there to be some sign of life in here, but you don't hear anything moving, except for you hear the slight creak of wood. There's no wind, so there's no reason for branches to be moving back and forth and creaking or anything like that. In fact, as you look around, you don't really notice any movement from the trees at all. But you do distinctly hear the sound of wood creaking.
This is like creaking is like somebody stepping on floorboards, or like the branch being like pulled to the side.
A bit more like the floorboards, but it doesn't sound like specifically like a floorboard. It sounds like a tree making that sound.
Was there any magic used that I could be aware of? I'm not super well versed in magic, but I can try to see if there's any latent spells or something going on there.
Sure.
I don't trust what's going on here.
That's probably wise. And yeah, you can roll magic engineering even if you don't particularly use a style of magic.
I took
roll magic engineering.
I took some points in it.
22. So with a 22, that is.
And it's also based off stamina, which is my highest stat, so it works out.
Yeah. So with a 22, you're at an average difficulty. It's slightly more complicated tasks. The untrained could accomplish it with some effort and or time. So if you want to spend some time on this, sort of standing in place and closing your eyes, sensing your surroundings, you could get more information, but with a cursory sense, you do detect there is some magic here. But no specifics.
Let's see, that's good enough for me to have that knowledge. I don't have quite the... Like, I have the patience for it, but I don't know if I have the time. And so I'd be going back to Ariana, but like trying to be wary of if anything else might like come out at me, because there's like, I know there's something here, but I can't quite place it. But I'm ready to go investigate the next point of interest.
Okay. As you come back, I presume Ariana has been using their disguise kit to try to blend in.
I rolled plus blend in plus training. So.
What is your training in?
Wasn't it thievery?
The training in thievery.
I'm gonna say no to disguising with thievery.
Okay. Then that would be a 38 instead of 48.
Okay.
I had to ask.
Does that include your disguise kit that you got? Okay. So the 38, yeah, you definitely look like an old person, an old man named Wilfred.
Winslow.
Or Winslow, that's right.
Yes.
Winslow.
And you would know this person because you've interacted with him.
I've interacted with Winslow before.
Uh-huh. Not Ariana.
Who is Winslow?
Who is Winslow?
Winslow is a mid-tier person in the army.
Okay, so like a lieutenant or something like that?
Yeah, like a lieutenant. Never got very high in the ranking, despite how old he is.
Okay. I'm going to give you this then. With a 38, pretty much anybody that is a peasant or a craftsman or somebody like that, if you say, hey, I'm Lieutenant Winslow, they're going to believe you. If you start talking to people in the army, they might, it might not work.
Well, it definitely wouldn't work because I killed him.
Okay.
And you would know this.
Interesting.
I know that you killed Winslow.
No, you know that Winslow's dead. You don't.
I know that Winslow's dead. Okay, that makes more sense. So,
interesting. Okay.
Okay. So I'm coming back. Ariana, where'd you go? Ariana, let's get going to the town that we didn't quite hear, that didn't quite remember the name of, but it's over in the on direction.
Yeah. Let's get going.
That's. Excuse you. What? Ariana?
I knew it wouldn't fool you, but I put this on for the next town over, so I don't.
Oh, it
attract
certainly
too
would
much
have fooled me, I'm sure. It's just we're just the only ones here. But yeah, we can certainly get going as two armies. That's the man's dead. Are you sure that's appropriate? That's this is a town that produces much of the military equipment. There are high-ranking officers that oversee this.
I'm sure it will attract less attention than my normal appearance.
Okay. A question for you. You've been riding all day. You just got here. It's now nighttime. Do you want to travel through the night to the next village, or do you want to stop and rest?
I would like to stop and rest for a little bit.
All right. What about Lash? Sound crashed. Yes, stop and rest. Okay. All right. So you're able to stop and rest. Question: do you set up a campfire, or do you stay dark? And if you do set up a campfire,
Lash wants, but Ariana will start making a fire if Lash says anything.
Does this sound all right?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say something like, I don't think that's a good idea right now. I think we should try to lay low a little bit. There's a lot of things I don't understand yet, and this is I don't like this.
Okay. So you don't set a fire then?
No.
I do not.
Okay.
And because Lash told them, they're going to stop making a fire and just put it out and be like, quite.
Okay. You're able to secure your horses and your gear and get a decent night's sleep over the course of the evening. But before you do fall asleep, both of you hear that same sound that Lash heard earlier.
Can I roll hearing?
The creaking wood sound. No, you don't even have to. You just hear it. That creaking wood sound coming from the woods, and there is no breeze. It's not even like there's no wind. There's not even like a light breeze. It's completely still, but you hear that wood creaking sound as if the trees were being blown around by wood, or by wind rather. And that sound continues through most of the night.
All right. I try to get as good rest as I can. But yeah, Lash is unsettled.
Okay.
I find I wouldn't know if I'm allowed to carry around like a bedroll or something.
Oh, most certainly.
I would probably just go into the bedroll completely.
Just like kind of like zipping yourself up into a sleeping bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they don't even unroll it. It's just all tightly rolled and they just slip in, right?
Yeah.
Just wiggle into the middle. Sure, that works. So yeah, nothing happens to you over the course of the evening. It's just completely still, and you hear creaking as if the wind were blowing, but it's not. And it just feels really creepy.
It
And
does.
plus, it doesn't smell that
doesn't
great.
it? Can I set traps?
But that's a good question. You do wake up the next morning, probably a little sore, a little stiff because it got cold and there was no fire. But otherwise, you're fine. You don't hear the creaking anymore. And the sun's just starting to peek up over the trees. Perhaps some rolling hills off on the horizon. The sun's just peeking up over that. It smells a little bit better today. So what do you do?
How long is it to the next town?
Probably 2-3 hours on horseback.
All right.
You got really fast horses from the king.
Excellent. Well, let's keep moving. Let's keep a good pace. The king is counting on us to try to put a stop to this.
Yes, quite. Yeah.
Okay. You pack up and start riding off. You're used to the horses now, and you're able to push them pretty easily without needing a skill roll or anything like that to get there as fast as possible.
What kind of roll to stay on edge?
To stay alert and stay on edge and observe everything around you. You can kind of just do that, but if you want to be extra, I'd say.
No, do I want to be extra? Do I? Yeah.
I know that's a foolish question for me to ask, but I have to ask it nonetheless. So yeah, let's roll. Let's do gut feeling for that and see just how like passively alert and on edge you stay, or if you get complacent along the way.
That's interesting. Oh, 35. There we go.
Yeah, you stayed pretty on edge. It's a little bit stressful even. So you're a little on edge. You're probably maybe even a little bit shaky, especially if you didn't eat a whole lot before you got on the road, and little jumpy. But as a result, you stay very, very alert. And as you're riding along, you see that the road mostly goes into just woods and trees on either side. The forest gets denser the further you get towards this next town, which you're right, we never did name. Give me a good name for a blacksmithing town. Lacking an answer, I'm just going to call it Smithstown.
No, Blackfell. There we go.
Blackfell?
Yes.
Okay, we'll call it Blackfell. The closer you get to it, the closer you get to Blackfell, the denser the trees on either side, and you eventually come to a point in the road where the trees are sort of arching over the road, sort of crisscrossing each other to form a sort of canopy overhead. There's not a whole lot of sunlight getting through them, and the road looks a bit dark. It's kind of hard to see too far into this sort of wooded tunnel. Now then, since you're both familiar with the area, what I'd like to have you both do is give me an education check to see if you're familiar with this type of road.
Type of road or the
One of the few things I'm not very proficient in.
that was not true. That's a 19 actually.
And I got
okay.
16.
A 19 and a 16. So, with skills, a 19 and a 16 both are in the easy DC category. which is simple tasks in that skill, something one untrained could accomplish. So both of you vaguely remember reading something about, how in some places they would cultivate trees to do this, to provide some sort of shade for aesthetic purposes, things like that. But you're not sure if that's common or not. It's just like, yeah, I think I read about this kind of thing once. Yeah, you don't really make much note of it other than that. But as you continue on into it, assuming you don't stop for whatever reason, it gets darker and darker until it is almost like nighttime. Do you keep pressing on? Do you pause?
So we're not at the town yet?
You're not. It's not been that long. You've only been riding for maybe an hour and a half. But the further into this canopied road that you go, it gets dark, and it's almost like as if it's night.
I believe it's a bit early for nighttime, don't you think?
I would have to agree.
I sense some.
Based on our education, would we think it would be just how the road is built, or would we be thinking there might be something else at play here?
Based on your education, you're pretty sure you don't remember canopied roads being this dark. So you might start to get the idea that maybe this isn't naturally occurring.
Okay, I'm gonna make an engineering magic check. See if there's any magic happening. If there's any magic afoot.
I'm going to roll a gut feeling check.
That's a good idea.
Ooh.
With a 19,
I'm not. Did I? No, I did not call the advantage.
no.
That's a nat 1.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, we'll get back to the nat 1. But Lash, with a 19, you're going to get a tiny sliver of information. But if you got 1 or 6 more, you would get more information if you'd like to use one of the D6.
How many? See, we have 4 of those right now. Let's go ahead and use one.
All right, so we're going to use a D6 that was very generously donated on our last community one-shot. Keep that down to 3. And a 6, which puts you at 25. So that takes you from an easy all the way up to hard. So you get more information. Yes, absolutely there is magic at work here. And what's more, you specifically know that it's a nature style of magic. So it's pretty clear that somebody is manipulating the trees here.
Does it feel similar to the magic I felt last night?
Yes. You do get that sense of familiarity.
Somebody's suppressing the world from us.
You're kind of cutting out a little bit.
Sorry. I need to speak louder when I have noise suppression on. Somebody's suppressing the world from us.
It's still cutting out a lot. It almost sounds like you got a cold or something.
There we go. Somebody's suppressing the world from us.
Oh. I got that one of my gut feelings.
Yeah, we're gonna address that now. So with a nat 1 on your gut feeling, you are just overcome with terror. You get the sense that the trees are closing in on you, and content warning here: if you have claustrophobia or are scared of confined spaces, maybe pull the headphones off or mute your speakers for a sec. So, Ariana, you don't literally see this, but it feels like it. It feels like these trees are completely coming down around you, and like vines are tying you up and restraining you.
Pinky.
You might even start to hyperventilate a little bit, and not in the fun way. And the oh crap, this is starting to make me have difficulty in breathing kind of way. Lash, you don't see anything like that happening, but Ariana, that's what you're feeling.
So let's put this as something Ariana would actually be afraid of, because Ariana would not be afraid of that. Let's have this be like a prison cell, or like being thrown into a hole.
No. It's one of those situations where even if you're not normally afraid of it, it is an irrational fear. You're not in a rational mindset at the moment.
Lash. I'm not feeling good about this at all.
Oh,
Maybe we should get out of here.
That's I'm gonna make a quick gut feeling check to see if going forward would be the best answer, or going back the way we came, to see if that would be better or worse for the current situation.
Okay.
40.
With a 40, your gut's telling you that there's no real physical barrier.
Okay,
that's preventing you from moving forward.
Okay. All right. Winslow, just take a breath, breathe. We'll be okay. It's somebody's just playing a trick on us. Take a breath. It'll go away.
I don't think we should be here. I think we should leave now. I think we should leave as fast as possible.
Would I be able to make a medicine check to kind of like do like kind of the talking through it, calm down, kind of situational awareness that thing?
Absolutely. That is a great idea. I need to make some rolls here.
That was a 2.
So a 15. It's not super effective, but it is slightly calming. Ariana, if you want to make another gut feeling check, actually no, discipline check.
A discipline check, something I'm really good at.
There you go.
That's nat 20.
Nice.
Plus 16, plus 10. Let's see, that'd be 46 total.
Yeah, so once Lash brings that up, it kind of snaps you out of it, and you're able to pull yourself away from this irrational fear and realize that you're fine. It's just dark and it looks spooky, but really there's nothing directly threatening you. Though I will say at this point, so let's
green
to do some math
brown,
here.
Blue, red, white, just grounding themselves.
Grounding.
So DM rolls a 50. As you're getting ready to leave, you do start to notice vines snaking their way along the ground towards you. They're not cutting off your route yet, but if you don't leave now, they definitely will probably try to restrain you.
Be like, Lash, is that?
We're already gone. We're going. We're moving. We're gone. And we're on. Yeah, move. We're gone.
Perfect. So the vines try to catch up with you, and they're vines. They even magical ones. They don't move that fast. And as you ride off, the camera is going to pan into the shadows, where we're going to see a dark-robed figure step out. This, obviously, Lash and Ariana aren't seeing this, but for the players in the audience, They're like sort of a brick red robe. Um, you can hear this, it's okay. It's a brick red robe on the outside and lined with black. This figure is holding sort of gnarled wooden staff. Can't really make out much of his face because he's in shadow, but you do see two slightly glowing yellow eyes underneath the hood. And just looks at the two of you as you ride away and goes, "Yes, run along. Seems the two of you aren't willing to listen to your senses, so you'll just have to deal with the consequences." And that's where we're going to take a 10-minute break. So hydrate, stretch your legs, grab snacks if you need to, anything like that, and we will be back in 10 minutes to find out what happens at Blackfell. Be right back. And we're back. So,
oh goodness, drinking for 10 minutes is probably not good for my health.
so when we left off, Lash and Ariana, disguised as Winslow, were riding off away from the creepy vines that were creeping towards them, and are none the wiser to the brick red and black robed figure that watched them ride away. As the two of you race off towards Blackfell, eventually the trees start to thin out, the canopy goes away, and it looks just like a normal road. It's about noon at the time which you come across Blackfell, and it seems to be okay. It's still there. You can see the mill working over by the river. You can see the smoke rising from the blacksmiths and from their kilns and forges and whatnot. And there are people moving around.
Oh, the whatnot. The whatnot's important.
Yes, very, very important. What do you do?
Let's see here. I'd go straight to the highest ranking military personnel in town, or really like the mayor, the governor, leader of town, can just report in.
Okay. Yeah, there's like a um, it's not exactly like a mayor's office, but there is uh, a building where there is a sort of the village leader, um, and he is inside that building at a sort of not a fancy desk, but a functional desk, sort of made of some of the timber that they probably cut right here in the town. Not fancy or embellished, but it is stained and sort of an amber colored stain, and it looks like they've taken care to take care of it, and they appreciate it, but it is not fancy.
I probably introduce myself. I assume we have like a king seal or something. To kind of identify ourselves.
Yeah, the you can hold up the orb without activating it, and that's everybody knows. Like, oh, okay, you're on official business.
I'm going to look for wanted posters and take them down if I see them.
Are you looking inside the sort of the village office building, or are you looking just in the village in general?
In the village in general, on our way there. If I see any wanted posters that have my face on them, or one of my faces, would take them down.
Let's see. I'm gonna make some rolls.
There's a high likelihood at least one of my faces has a wanted poster.
Okay. There's not one in the office. There's not one at the sort of barracks as you pass it. But you do notice there are some wanted posters over at the tavern. Are you going to leave Lash at the sort of government office building and head over to the tavern, or are you going to wait?
I'm going to wait because I am fairly secure that no one knows it's me.
Oh goodness. Okay.
I'm going to roll to see if one of those wanted posters is my current face, though.
You can't see it from this distance. You have to go over to the tavern to see any kind of detail. You just notice that there are posters like that with no specific details.
I am insanely curious.
Okay.
So yes.
So you leave Lash alone at the government building and head over to the tavern. We're going to address the tavern thing first. So as you head over there, you notice there's some people milling about, if you'll pardon the pun. And a couple of them, like grunt level soldiers, they look at you kind of funny. And one of the foremen at the smithy, who's outside currently working on hanging some different wares on the wall outside the building, notices you and gives you a funny look. You get the sense that these people are suspicious of you, and as you get closer to the tavern, you know why. There are 8 wanted posters with... It's essentially looking for this person, AKA, and then there's 7 of your aliases, including Winslow.
Oh no. Oh no.
They also, actually, let's... I'm not going to give this to you for free. I'm going to make you roll for it. Give me an education roll on this. This is definitely going to fall under cleverness.
That's a good thing I rolled a nat 20 on that.
Oh, good.
That's a 36 instead of 26.
Okay. So
36 total.
just by looking at these, you can tell that, excuse me, these are weathered. They've clearly been on this wall for a while. So you've got curling around the edges of them. They're a little bit faded, but not enough to hide any details. So it's pretty obvious that everybody in the village has seen these.
Oh no. I'm going to roll to hide, basically.
Okay, roll blend in to see how well you blend in with your well-known disguise.
Will my proficiency be added? My training.
Thievery is not gonna work for
Okay.
for trying to disguise yourself, but it will work if you're trying to like stick to the shadows and things like that.
Yeah, stick to the shadows. And no, I'm not trying to disguise myself.
Okay, then yes, I will let you use your training in thievery on your blend in.
Wonderful. So that's. Oh, you'll never believe this. Another nat 20.
Okay. You are
So that's.
you are well hidden.
That's 20 plus 20 is 40 plus 10 is 50. 3 total.
Okay. Yeah, you are extremely well hidden. Somehow at high noon you manage to find Shadow and hide yourself in it. We're gonna hop back over to Lash. You're in the sort of government building. You see the aforementioned desk, and behind that desk is a middle-aged gentleman who is looks a bit stressed, a little bit overwhelmed. He holds it well, but you can just see it in his eyes that he's tired. And he's got lots of different parchments spread out over this desk, and they look kind of like the medieval equivalent to spreadsheets. And you can tell he's trying to keep these numbers in order. He almost doesn't notice you as you walk in until you're right up on the desk, and he kind of looks up at you with a little bit of a start. I'm sorry. How can I help you?
My apologies. I bring out the orb. I just have some questions for you about the happenings going on. I'm sure you're aware of the different dragon attacks going on, and I've been dispatched by the king to look into it and put a stop to it. And I was wondering if there's any information you think you might have that could help me.
Oh, yeah, they made us aware, and we saw the smoke coming up from Lakewood a few days ago. I think it was. The days have been blending in together lately.
How many days has it been?
I believe it was 3 days ago. He kind of pulls out another document. You can tell it's a calendar, and starts counting on his fingers like, okay, it is Tuesday, yes. So, yeah, it was about 3 days ago that all the chaos happened, and they doubled our quotas for production. So everybody here's real tired.
Interesting. So when we investigated the crater, it seemed like it was fresher than a few days ago? Or did it seem about that time?
Yeah, it's been about 3 days, so I imagine it might still be kind of warm.
Okay.
There was a lot of smoke, so I imagine there were some pretty big fires.
Probably just
steam too, actually.
Steam.
Now that I think about it.
You can tell the difference between steam from here, I guess. Yeah, it's less black.
There was a lot of black smoke and white smoke, and then there was some wispier white smoke, which I assumed was steam.
That tracked with the reports we've been seeing. We've been hearing about 3 dragons, and the 3 different types of smoke kind of follow with that. See, so we're raising production. I assume that the king has ordered that for defend to distribute around the kingdom.
Well, it's a bit above my pay grade. I don't ask what happens with them. They just tell us to ship them into the capital, and that's where they go.
All right, so I'm sure I can find an answer from that from my superiors. But is there anything I can do for you? You seem extra stressed. I'm sure that's due to all this. I may not be able to do much, but yeah, we're here for the rest of the day, trying to figure out what we can. And it looks like we're going to be heading out into the forest. Whoever is doing this looks like they like the forest. Have you heard of or seen anything strange that doing with the forest specifically, or something like that?
No, there. Can't really think of anything strange to do with the forest. The only odd thing that's happened lately is, well, there hasn't been much traffic coming into town. Usually we'll get a few folks coming and going, merchants, that sort of thing, in a day, but you two sorry, not you two, but you are the first person I've seen new to town in the last couple days.
Huh. And do they usually, I'm sure some came from Woodfell, but do they usually come from other places, mostly passing through, I'm sure?
Yeah, we tend to have a lot of goods on hand, so there's a lot of trade that comes through here. It's a trade route, so we're used to seeing at least one merchant or traveler or somebody like that coming through every day. But haven't noticed many people. And as for what you can do for me, it just sort of gives you like this tired smile of like, people ask me this and there's really nothing that they can do. It's kind of the look on his face, and it's like, well, unless you can change our system of living, there's really not a whole lot that can be done. They say produce, and we have to produce.
I get that. I get ordered to jump, and I just have to jump. That's we're in a similar boat, you and I. And
Your mic's cutting out a lot again.
So I get that. We get told to jump, and we have to jump. So we're in a similar boat, you and I. But let's I might check in again. It seems that, not to put anybody on alert, but it seems to be focused somewhere near here, and we're trying to pinpoint exactly where these perpetrators are coming from.
Okay. He just sort of nods and give me there's a couple of different things that you can do here. You can do a gut feeling check to see if you notice more about what he's telling you or not telling you. You can do a sight check to see if you notice anything in particular on his desk. Or if you have another idea of how you can get more information from this situation, you're welcome to try that as well. Those two specifically would be the ones I recommend.
We're gonna just go with a gut feeling.
Okay.
Oh. It's okay.
24? Yeah, that's not a great roll, but still a decent score.
It's all right.
Total.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get the sense that maybe he's not telling you everything. Can't really tell what specifically he's hiding, but you get the sense that he's not telling you everything, and he doesn't really have any particular love for the soldiers or the king.
Yeah, I gathered that. I'm gonna roll sight as well, because I'm wondering if there's something on his desk I might get a clue about.
39. Okay, that is a really good roll. Again, I'm just going to read these difficulty checks for everybody watching or who might see this on YouTube, so you can kind of get a sense of how the system works. So 39 puts it in the impressive category for skill checks, which is tasks that would usually require the person to be an authority in the field or have professional athlete status with the ability. Lash being obviously someone familiar with rangering type stuff. You're used to spotting things that are hidden, and you notice that tucked underneath a lot of the official papers, there's a parchment of a different color. It looks like it was made on a cheaper parchment, maybe something that somebody just put together in their home by like recycling scraps of paper or cloth or things to make their own paper. And you can't read the entire thing, but you're pretty sure that you can make out, even though it's like upside down and at an angle, something about eat the rich.
Lash gets it. Lash understands. Well, it's probably nothing more to really be gained from here. So, all right, thank you for your time. I see you're very very busy. I'll be on my way. And then we're just gonna go. I'm gonna go find Winslow.
I'm going to roll to change my disguise.
Okay.
This is gonna work.
This is. You cannot use thievery for this, but you can use your disguise kit.
Awesome. I'm going to use an advantage.
Okay. Good call. Because you're basically
relatively important that I don't go to the jail here. So that was a 14 and a nat 20.
Oh, nice. So
nat 20.
So that's what, your third or fourth nat 20 tonight?
Third
Holy cow.
in a row.
Third. All right. So somehow, even though it's high noon, you've managed to find a little bit of shadow to hide in and contort yourself while in the shadow hidden to change your disguise. What are you changing your disguise into?
A very, very young girl.
Okay.
As
and
young
is
as
this
I
any
possibly
of the...
can with age makeup. And believe me, I've seen some age makeup. You can make yourself look really, really young.
Sure. I mean, your disguise kit is a magical item, so I'm going to say you've got magic makeup, so we'll go with that. You're still the same height, so you're probably looking like, a pretty tall young girl. But yeah, you definitely look that age. Is this a disguise that you've used before, or is this a new one?
No, this is Ariana typically disguises themselves as male. This is female. So not disguised as they've tried before.
Excellent choice. As in the village, they seem to know a lot of your previous aliases. So, yeah, you look like a young village girl, and you're able to move about freely.
With soot and looks relatively dirty.
Okay, so Lash, you don't notice anybody out of the ordinary, because you don't know everybody in this village.
No, I don't. But where are we exactly?
Blackfell.
So you're at Blackfell?
No, like the building we're in.
So you're at the government building, which is kind of in the middle of the village. The village is not that big. And immediately around you, you can see, like, across the street, there's a tavern. You also passed a barracks on your way here. Further down the road, you can see the mill and the smithy. There's also a couple other merchants and crafting buildings that utilize the mill and the smithy right there as well.
Okay.
So up next to you comes this relatively young-looking girl. Lash, how are you?
I am well, young one. What can I help you with? It's down on a knee to get it. Like, no, you're still tall.
Yeah.
They go, no, what can I help you with?
Ariana.
Oh, yes. Well, okay, yeah. There's
They have.
I can certainly help you find your way home. Of course. Let's see here. Let's go search this way.
And
Okay. Where do you go?
So I don't have any specific ideas of what to research next. There's a forest right next to us, right? Right next to the town.
Yeah. There's a river that flows sort of through the town.
I want to look. For
And that's what's
any
powering the mill and the
signs.
smithy. And one sec, Susie. It flows through the town. It powers the mill and the smithy. They utilize that river extensively for their power, essentially. And then alongside the river, a short distance away, are woods and forest. There's some larger hills off in the distance that look like they're the wow, words are hard. The very start of a mountain range. And that's sort of your surroundings. And then Susie, what were you saying?
I want to look around to see if I can. What would I be looking for? I would be looking for because you said we saw the dragons were heading in this direction. So I would be looking for any signs that they have been here. If they didn't attack anything or anything.
Sure. You can roll sight.
Okay, there we go. There's my luck coming back. So that is.
It left.
I was gonna say 4 nat 20s in one night. I think
Yeah,
your
that's
luck's
my
been here.
that's my bad luck coming back. So that's
Oh,
17
you rolled poorly.
total. I rolled a 2 on the die.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see. 17. So that's still an easy. Yeah, you don't notice anything. It looks like it should. There's no sign of foul play or dragon play. There's no
Drake played.
yeah. There's no signs of anything being broken. No footprints. Everything looks fine. So, Lash, where are you escorting Ariana to? Or are you going to any of those buildings, or are you looking in the forest
We're gonna
or somewhere else?
We're gonna go through town. We're gonna go through I want to investigate the forest. I'm gonna say, Ariana. Right now, it looks like whoever we're looking for has an affinity for the forest. That's the closest thing I can get right now. Do you have any ideas of where to go next? What I really want to do is check the forest near here to see if we can sense any of that magical power that we sensed earlier.
Well, I have no way of detecting magic, so let's just try not to get ensnared by whatever trickery got. I don't know if it got you, but it definitely got me earlier.
That was certainly something that we'd want to watch out for. Well, we'll ask around some of the smithies, see if we can gather any information from like one of the smiths or the workers here.
Yeah,
But,
we should
I'd like to check out the
specifically
forest.
ask if they've seen any suspicious people besides us two passing through here. Since they were heading in this direction.
Okay.
Could you pick a different disguise? This is seems if I were to go in and on official business with somebody who looks so young, it would raise some eyebrows.
I can try.
Are you talking about going into the tavern?
I can, yeah.
We could. I didn't want to hit the tavern next, like probably the mill or the smith next.
Mill, okay.
The Smith, yes.
Okay. I was going to say, if you're going to the tavern, they won't let her in there.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking. But also,
So I will roll a disguise.
roll
check
again.
Oh. That's almost as good as nat 20. So that's 19 plus 23 is a lot.
Okay.
42.
More than the guard here are probably going to pay any attention to. Where do you go to do this?
I go into an outhouse.
Just for kicks and giggles, because I haven't made you roll this yet for any reason. This is a really smelly outhouse.
Smell
Roll
taste.
physical fortitude. No. Physical fortitude.
Okay.
There's no problem smelling or tasting what is in this outhouse.
Oh, Winslow's been here.
30. 30 total.
30? Okay. You immediately have like a gag reflex, but you're able to fight it off, and do what you need to do before quickly getting out of this awful smelling outhouse. As you exit, you do notice there was a notice on the door that has apparently fallen off and been stepped on a couple times, but as you're exiting, you're able to see it, and you can see that this outhouse has been condemned because it is so heinous.
Yeah. So Ariana comes out and looks of age to enter a tavern, but not without an ID, basically. If it was modern day, they would ask for an ID.
Okay. So yeah, you're disguised enough to move around the town freely, and you're heading to the mill or the smithy.
Let's hit the mill first.
All right. As you head to the mill, there is a young lady. She looks probably like she's in her mid to late 20s, and she's barking orders back and forth at people in the mill. Seems to be the one in charge. As she spots the two of you walking in, just sort of pauses, narrows her eyes, and goes, "What the two of you want here?"
And then bring out the orb. I was like, I just have some questions if you have the time.
Doesn't look like I have the time. They've got us increasing our production by a factor of 2, and they're not giving me any extra people. So
Yeah.
I don't really have the time, but as soon as you have the orb, I'll somehow find some.
I won't.
Don't trouble yourself. Just point us in the direction of someone who does have the time.
That'd be someone in a different town.
Right. I won't take very much time then. I just have one question. Have you noticed anything strange going on in like the forest or the river lately?
The forest or the river? No, I can't say that I have. I obviously haven't had a whole lot of time to go daisy picking though. So
That's fair.
I honestly have one question and one question only. Have you seen any suspicious people besides the two of us? People that don't.
besides the two of you, no.
Mm, That's all I needed to know. Let's head to the city then.
Give me a gut feeling roll.
And as we're doing that, I just one more question. I apologize. The hold on, slash R1D20. What is? Shoot, what was my question? It was a good one.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, when did they have you increase production?
It was immediately after the whole ordeal over at Lakewood.
All right. So I presume that's like one of the first attacks.
I mean, I wouldn't really know.
Oh, I wasn't asking her. I was asking Raven.
Oh. Oh, asking me. So the attack at Lakewood was the latest one.
Okay.
So roughly number 6 of the attacks.
Oh, so it was the attack at Lakewood, and now they're bumping up production.
Yeah.
Okay, about the same time we were activated. All right. I won't take any more of your time. That you're very busy, and we'll be on our way.
All right, I appreciate it. And then you notice her glance over and go, "Oi, Angus! Don't try and lift that by yourself. What are we gonna do if you throw your back out again?" And she is completely distracted.
All right. So gut feeling check went very well for me.
Yeah.
Relatively low for me,
She
though.
seems like a paragon of truthfulness. And like she's hiding absolutely nothing. Is basically the sense that you get. There's absolutely nothing that she was hiding from you. Completely sincere and genuine. For Ariana, also, hey Zan, how's it going? Ariana, with a 36, you get kind of the same feeling that Lash had with the guy at the government building. That she's hiding something. That she's not exactly a fan of the military and the king and all of them. But you couldn't say what she's hiding or if it has something to do with your quest.
Yeah.
But she's definitely hiding something.
Do I have a chance of finding out what it is with the D6?
No. There's no way of knowing what it is with a gut feeling roll.
Okay.
That's information you cannot get with that skill, but you could try to persuade via charm or speech.
That's
And try and sort of interrogate her further.
okay. Charm. Yes, I'm going to try and put on the charm.
Okay. Also, quick note, again, for folks that are watching, Charm uses Presence, which is an attribute that has to do with being charismatic and likable, that sort of thing. So Charm deals with seduction, deception, like sales type stuff, and charisma, whereas Speech, had Ariana chosen Speech instead, is based off of cleverness, which includes your ability to clearly communicate and make logical arguments and ask intelligent questions. So that is the difference between those two. But Ariana, you're going with Charm, so you're trying to be charming.
Yes. I'm going to be. I'm going to basically say to her, "You wouldn't happen to know anything you're not telling us. We're not here on official business. I mean, we're not here. We're not fans of the higher authorities either. And I don't think you are around here."
So 36, that is an impressive DC. Task that would require the person to be dedicated in their field or ability, expert level of experience or knowledge. And this is very much so a peasant, somebody who is not especially learned in the ways of detecting charm. So it's effective. So she does pause, and she goes, kind of leans in conspiratorially, looking around. I'm like, why, what have you heard about, being against the military and the king and everything?
Not terribly much, but I'm not a fan of the king either.
Well, you'll fit in quite well here then. None of us except the boys in the barracks. They're all aglow about the king, but We're not particularly fans, no.
That
So,
that's good to know.
give me one more charm roll.
Taps their nose.
So I want to see. It's definitely gonna take a second roll.
Oh, sheesh. That's another net 20.
Holy crap!
Just sorry.
It's all right.
Don't know what
If
to say.
if this were a real life game, I'd be confiscating those dice. Holy crap!
So that's
Is that your
48.
fourth or fifth?
Fourth.
Fourth. Okay. 48. Okay.
Total with a net 20.
Way more than you need for this, but just as a heads up, incredible is the difficulty check that you're at, which is described as tasks that would usually require the person to be an authority in the
I'm
field
going to switch
or have
dice.
professional athlete status.
I'm-
It's totally fine. I'm just giving you crap about
Yeah.
confiscating the dice.
Yeah, I'm going to switch dice anyway because
No worries. So you're going to get very useful information with this. Something that you weren't going to find out until later, but now you will find out immediately. So she leans in further, and almost a whisper goes, "So do you know about Lacrian then?"
excuse me, who?
Lacrian.
No.
And you get the sense that this is a proper name of someone.
Who is that?
Well, if you don't know about Lacrian, I can't really tell you a whole lot. I'll just say when things start heating up, if you catch my drift, look for the fella in the well, they're sort of a red type robe, but not like rose red. It's I'm not quite sure how to describe it, but anyways, he'll be in robes. He'll be the ones with She looks around again and goes, "With the dragons." Look for where he is, and run where he points you.
So
But you didn't hear that from me.
yeah. No, of course not.
And then she goes back about her business because she wasn't just being rude. She literally does not have time to talk.
Yeah.
Did we learn where to look for this person in the robe?
No, she just said when things start heating up, look for Lacrian,
Yeah.
the guy in the robes.
Interesting.
Now, I
Interesting.
would tell Lash about this, but hushed and
Well, so my next idea,
around.
so my next idea was to go into the blacksmith, but have you in one of your disguises that is wanted, and we do not flash the orb, and we ask for more information that of people who are really not trustworthy of the military or the king, and especially if you're on the wanted list, that by itself could garner some trust and get us some more information.
Easiest disguise yet, because it's not a disguise. Just wipes the makeup off.
Yeah. I was gonna say if you want to just go as yourself, you don't even have to roll for that.
Excellent. Shall we go to the tavern, or wait? How often would military people go to the tavern? In this town.
Not in
Um,
this town.
I'm not even going to make you roll for this. They are there frequently.
We're not going there. We're going to the. We're going to the smith. We're going to go to a place where I haven't flashed the orb, because apparently I've been hamstringing myself. So let's start moving along. Let's see if we can find some more information. Before that, I find like a secluded space, And I take the orb and like it's the contact the king you said.
Yeah, you can activate it just with a hand gesture over it and talk to the king.
Well, we're gonna blend in. I don't want anybody to notice that.
Okay, give me a blend in roll.
Ooh.
Well,
Wow.
okay, that's okay. 21.
Okay.
19 plus 20 is 39.
39. What are you doing, Ariana?
Blending in.
Okay, well, you're hidden. Lash, you think you're hidden.
Fairly certain, yeah. So I want to talk to the king. Just say
Before you do, just a quick question: evens or odds?
even.
It was evens. All right, proceed.
All right, talk to the king. Your Majesty, I have a question for you.
As the audio activates, you just hear. And you hear the sound of somebody chewing. And then there's you hear sort of the sloshing of liquid in a gulp, and a cup slapping down on a table. Why is it they always call in the middle of dinner? Lash, is that you?
Yes, it is I, Your Majesty. A question. I just have a quick question to ask of you. We're in let's see, Blackfell, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're in Blackfell.
Blackfell. We're in Blackfell. Was there an order to double production here?
Blackfell. Oh yes, that's where all my weapons are made. Yes. We need double the production of weapons because there's a threat.
All right, I understand. All right.
So we need more weapons.
All right, that's all I needed. Thank you. You can go. We think we're getting close to getting to the bottom of this and finishing this.
That's great. Well, yes. Find the threat, deal with it, and don't die before you've dealt with it.
As you wish. And then I hang up. I turn off the communication and I go, okay. Okay, and let's see if we can figure out where these dragons are.
Okay.
Yep.
As you hang up, that's when you glance over and you notice this little peasant girl who's holding a little basket of flowers, and her jaw is just on the floor. She's just staring at you, and it's pretty obvious she just overheard that entire
She
conversation.
didn't see me though.
Nope, just Lash.
No. Hello.
You don't see Ariana anymore.
You were talking to a man in a ball?
Yeah, that's a very powerful magic item I have. It helps to get things done. Have you seen any?
But how does he breathe in there?
Oh, he's got some magic air in there.
Can I have it?
I'm sorry, this is the only one I have. But if I ever come back and I have an extra one, I'll be sure to give it to you.
Really?
Yeah.
Yay! And she starts running and going, Mommy, Mommy, the man said I could have a magic ball. And she's getting a lot of attention from people.
We're just gonna move on.
Ariana's already moved on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Where are you moving
I'm gonna
to?
move to the blacksmith, and I'm gonna hide away the communicator.
All right.
Just deeper into my pack that I'm carrying with me, and I'm gonna go.
Your RTX is still making it's starting to make you sound like you got a cold again.
Yeah.
We'll just reset that. That's okay. We're gonna go back and talk. I'm gonna put the communicator back and like just a little bit deeper into my pack. The one moment.
No problem.
Does that sound better?
Yes.
Okay. The we're just gonna go. We're gonna try to talk to the blacksmith or the smithers.
Okay. As you walk in, you can see there are about 4 like really buff dudes. They've got like the thick leather apron on, no sleeves on their tunic, and they're going back and forth between heating stuff in the forge and hammering it. And you notice that there's no handheld or hand-powered bellows. They seem to be powering themselves via the mill, the river. They're frantically working, and there is this very petite woman. How tall is Lash?
Above average.
Okay, so
Not tall, but above average. No.
she looks very small to you then, and so she's just short, pretty lean, and looks tired like everybody else.
I have a question.
And-
How busy do these buff dudes look?
How busy?
How distracted you? Sorry.
They are very distracted because they are, well, I shouldn't say distracted, they're very focused because they're dealing with hot, nearly molten metal and hammering said metal with heavy hammers.
Darn.
That Ariana, you're up on this one.
The lady looks at both of you and goes, yes, how may I help you?
Well, I would like some information, please.
Well, I'm a bit busy with the forge and the smith in here, but I'd be happy to help you however I can. You just have to make it quick. I apologize.
Yeah.
What?
We're not after much information. We're just wondering if you've seen any suspicious characters or anything.
Could to go back just a touch. What? Because of like how I was doing this plan, would I? Was there like a wanted poster of Ariana outside that I could just grab? That I was able to grab as we go in.
There was one outside the tavern. I don't know that Lash knows specifically about that one, unless Ariana told you.
Ariana would have told Lash that everybody in this town has seen that one poster of her. Just
Okay.
Okay, so we'll rewind, retcon, kind of.
Yeah.
You were able to grab that poster beforehand, so you have it with you.
Just like that, and so like Lash would put that on like on the table or whatever, and so as she's like, right, they would say like any interesting characters, and just kind of showing that.
Yeah.
Well, aside from the two of you, no.
You heard of Blackrian?
She starts looking around. She's like, how do you know that name?
We're not entirely fans of the king, per se.
I shake the paper.
Right. Okay, well, this certainly complicates things a little bit. Now, when you tell her you're not fans of the king, are you being truthful, or are you deceiving?
Lash isn't.
No, Lash is truthful. Just because he used to be part of the military doesn't mean he always agreed with everything.
Okay.
That's totally fair. In that case, one and or both of you do a speech roll to see if you're able to convey these feelings in a way that seems sincere.
I'm going to roll this, and if I don't like it, I'm going to use a d6.
I'm just taking the paper. I'm not gonna speak.
Okay.
So that's a 19 plus. What's my speech? Speech is 16, so 19 plus 16 is a lot.
That is 19 plus 16.
35.
It's 30, 35. So 35 is just enough to be impressive. I suppose it would be a good idea to read these off real quickly too for anybody watching and just for further clarification. So DCs go in a certain set of steps based on numbers, and they go from easy, average, hard, challenging, impressive, which is what this one was at, then incredible, extraordinary, and legendary. So those are all the different difficulties that there can be. And they start at 15, going up by 5 until you hit impressive, and then they start going up by 10. So if you hit 65, you're like, or higher, you're like god tier. So with a 35, yeah, you are very convincing. You present yourself well. She goes, well, if you're not fans of the king, since you already know Lacrian's name, I assume you probably know most of what you need to. But yes, the plan is for us to get out of here when the fireworks start, so to speak.
So when the fireworks start going, it's hurt, correct?
Where do we go?
Well, if you look for one of the village leaders, not the military, I'm sure you probably know. Just look for one of us. We'll be directing people to safety.
Yeah, and I was told to look for Redwood.
Yes, that would be Lacrian.
Wonderful. So, who organizes all of this? Lacrian or someone else?
Well, if it's one of those things where if you're not part of the organization, then I can't really talk to you about it. But if you're not fans of the king, I'm sure we could see about bringing you all on board once this is all over. You've kind of come on a bad day.
Is it happening today?
I'm really not supposed to say. And she seems really nervous, and it's pretty obvious. She's very bad at hiding this. That is probably happening today.
Well, on that note, Ariana directs Red and Lash out of the tavern, out of the blacksmithery. As much as I hate to leave this place, looking around at the eye candy.
the guys doing all the hammering and the stuff. Yeah, yeah, they're definitely attractive.
Oh, big muscles.
Yeah, if you like big, buff, brawny guys, then yeah, that would definitely be eye candy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what are you gonna do?
I'm willing to just wait and see what happens.
Yeah, outside of town, just outside of town, not so outside of town that we can't see what's going on, and set up camp.
Okay.
And watch the fireworks.
Yeah, as good as any. I was thinking of staying in town, and when things started to follow along and go to where they're guiding us.
I just as soon stay
Okay.
outside of town because we'll be able to see where they're directing everyone. And we
So,
won't be in direct
given this
line of
conversation,
fire.
so the debate is: do you stay in town and wait for the attack to happen, essentially, or do you go camp out in the woods and wait for this to happen?
Hmm. Both options are risky.
You could always do both. You could always have one person in the woods and one person in town. That's
I'm
an
not
option.
really in the woods. I'm just right outside.
Just
of
outside the
town.
woods, outside town.
Not in the woods.
Okay.
Because the
That's-
woods scared the frick out of me last time you were there.
I would say the way this town is, like the geography of it, you can stay at the tree line, but you're gonna stick out. It's basically gonna be like, what are those people doing just outside of town, just watching?
it's gonna be suspicious.
There's really nowhere to hide other than in the woods if you want to stay outside of town
So-
and still be close enough to see everything.
So-
Well,
Ariana-
okay, so I'm going to go in the tree line and try and blend in.
Okay. If you're inside the tree line, nobody in town's gonna see you.
I'll stick with
are you
Ariana.
following?
We'll stick with Ariana.
Okay. So you both go into the woods. Interesting.
Can I roll to see if I have a telescope? Because I would think a thief would have one.
A spyglass?
Yeah.
You know what? Sure. I'll say they threw that in with your pack. There's between the two of you, there's one spyglass that the King's men gave you.
A career thief would find many uses for spyglass. Not that I would know anything about that. No.
I believe you.
I mean, if you have, I mean, I believe that is an item that's available. So with your starting money, you potentially could have bought one. But either way, you have one. So you go into the woods. How far into the woods do you go?
Not very.
Just out of sight, out of mind.
Yep.
Okay. As you move into the woods, give me a sense check of your choice. Sight, hearing, or smell and taste.
Okay. That's a nat 1. So it doesn't matter which. It's nat 1.
It still matters.
So I was rolling hearing.
Hearing,
Wise.
okay. So nat 1 on hearing.
And a 39 on hearing.
So, 39 on hearing. As soon as you get into the woods a little bit, just enough to get out of sight,
What?
you start hearing that same creaking noise, Lash.
Every time we're in the woods, that happens.
You start hearing that creaking noise, and it's a lot louder. And you start to hear whispers in a language that you don't recognize.
Ariana's too focused on looking.
Okay. We're just gonna chill, I guess. Unsettling as it is.
Okay. All right, so you don't take any different action because of the hearing thing.
Ariana's
Nope.
what's not unsettling.
Ariana, on the other hand, you got a nat 1.
Mhm. Which means I didn't hear anything,
You don't
right?
hear. It's cute that you think that. Rather than the wood creaking sounds, you just hear the whispers in a language that you don't recognize, but it sounds magical somehow. Like, you don't know what language spells are set in, but if you had to guess, it might sound something like this. And for the next, roll a d20 here.
D20.
10 minutes. The next 10 minutes, that is all you can hear.
Mm.
So
Starts-
you're effectively deafened.
And the entire 10 minutes, Lash
Except that you do hear that.
Lash tries to bring up conversation. Ariana doesn't say anything, and he just
Arya is just humming.
they don't feel like talking.
Arya is just humming a lullaby to themselves.
Okay. For you, it's humming it to yourself. For Lash, it's really loud.
Okay. This person's eccentric, so we just roll along with it.
And as you're spending time in the forest, 10 minutes comes and goes. And Ariana, the loud whispering stops. And you start to hear the creaking that Lash is hearing because it's that much louder.
I never thought I'd be happy to hear creaking.
And as you're both hanging out here, you start to feel trees around you moving. The ground is kind of the best description is rippling, but it's not like dirt is being upturned or anything like that. It's almost as if you were to take a thick sheet, put it over your hand, and start wiggling your hand around underneath of it. So it doesn't disturb, it doesn't disturb the dirt, but it does go up and down and wiggles
I would
around.
like to roll something to detect magic fuckery.
Detect magic fuckery.
Yeah.
Okay. Magic engineering.
Detect
With
magic what?
advantage.
Fuckery.
Oh.
With advantage.
Okay.
With advantage. Oh,
Really good.
good.
Detecting magic.
That is a callback to Badlands.
It is? I wouldn't know.
Oh, right. That was you. But yes, that is. We've said that several times on the channel because of
17,
something Lisa said in Badlands.
17 plus 5. 22. That is.
A 22
That
on.
is something I say in the headspace quite a bit.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Okay, so 22 to use magic engineering to figure out what's going on. You get the overwhelming sense that this is nature magic, and it's a powerful nature magic user to be controlling nature on this scale. Lash, was there anything you wanted to do while this is happening?
I'm watching patiently because right now I'm fairly certain nothing really bad is going to happen. Like I'm prepared for it, but like that, as long as I watch for Lachrin, kind of follow directions, I'm gonna kind of go off of what the people are telling me, because they're expecting something to happen. They're expecting the fires, so I'm not super worried. I'm just more on just ready to move.
Detecting the nature
Okay.
magic, would I detect a direction?
It is all around you.
I'm
For
just,
reasons that are about to become apparent.
I'm just going to yell out, Lachrin, we're on your side.
Put a pin in that, because something else is going to happen first. So I need both of you to roll sight. Yeah, sight's the only way you're going to notice this.
Ooh, nat 20.
That sounds like you don't know.
Okay.
You don't know my check. No, now we're gonna roll sight.
Nat 20 plus 15 is 45 total?
Okay, so Ariana sees it. Lash does not. So Ariana, actually, let's start with what Lash sees. Lash doesn't see it coming. The trees start to part behind you both. They move, and as they do, one of them, the branch just swings around and lashes. It's one of those instances where you hear a noise and you turn your head, and as soon as you turn your head, you get eyes full of pine needles. It just slaps you right in the eyes, and you're not damaged in any way, but your eyes really hurt, and you're gonna be getting it's like getting an eyelash out of your eye, but it's like
Unpleasant.
wood stuff. So you don't notice anything visually.
Lash has a lash in his
But Ariana, you got a nat 20, so you see everything. The trees part out of the way. They move along their roots. And you notice the vines curling around Lash's ankles. And you're able to sidestep the ones that were coming towards you because you saw it. And then, as you step away from the vines, you hear a heavy breathing sound, almost like a horse exhaling, but 10 times as large.
Bigger.
And that's when you turn to see a dragon head, not too far from you, just staring at you. As these trees part from around the dragon, it looks at you, considers for a moment, and then seems to jerk its head to the side as if it heard something, and it takes off. Give me a nimbleness check to stay on your feet. Lash, you are still on your feet because you are grappled by these vines, which are
I don't know how
restricting your
you roll a
movement.
nat 20 and get a nat 20, but that happened.
Goodness. Yeah, you're able to keep your balance. You don't get knocked over.
Wait, what's my nimbleness,
as this
by the
dragon
way?
takes off right next to you.
That's supposed to be. Oh no, my nimbleness is actually surprisingly low. That's a 42 total.
Yeah, that's still plenty. So yeah, you stay on your feet as this dragon takes off, and you notice it circling the town. You're also able to see a couple more
Can you switch die?
take
again?
flight from other sections around the town. Lash,
So should I make like a
You
might
were
check
finally
to
able-
escape the vines or something like that?
well, it's up to you. You're able to get the stuff out of your eyes. You can see now, and it's up to your waist. Your legs are pretty firmly wrapped up. You can try to break free. You can try to cut your way free, or you can try to contort your way free.
We're gonna do some contortionness. Was that like nimbleness?
That is indeed. There's also other solutions that are off the wall. That
We're
you
gonna
can come up
do
with,
32 nimbleness.
but 32. All right, I'm gonna roll for the vines. They did not roll well. So yeah, you're able to worm your way out of these things, and you kind of do like the cartoon getting the snake to tie itself in a knot type deal.
Excellent.
So the vines are all tangled up in themselves and trying to pull away, and they're kind of stuck. So the two of you are not restrained, and you are now outside the forest because the trees have moved away. You can see there's 3 dragons flying overhead, and on top of the red one, there are 3 different colors. There's a black one, there's a red one, and there's a white one. On top of the red one, you see somebody in a brick red colored robe with dark black lining, and they're riding it with like a saddle and everything. And they've got this staff in their hand that you can just barely make out. What do you do?
I am
Yep.
very impressed. I want his number. Oh.
Yo, could you like come down here for a moment? I really, really want to talk with you
Yeah.
about things and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're like yelling this at?
No, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start moving toward the town. And it's like, well, let's get moving. It's go time.
Okay.
Yes.
What's the 32 for?
What? The 32 was to
That was
escape.
nimbleness. That was nimbleness to escape the vines.
Oh, okay. I see now. I saw.
I'm not entirely
I saw
sure what.
your name is typing, and then I saw the 32, so I thought you had rolled something again.
I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do besides being very impressed.
Okay. Well, let's start with Lash then. So you run towards the town, and you can see the soldiers are pouring out of the barracks like angry fire ants that have had their anthill disturbed. And they're pulling out bows and arrows and crossbows, drawing their swords. You also notice that they don't seem to be concerned about the villagers at all. They're not trying to get anyone to safety. They are just looking at the dragons. And you'll also notice many of those people that you talked to. So the guy at the government building, the mill foreman lady, and the lady in charge of the smithy are calmly and quickly escorting people. They're forming orderly queues and going out back doors. And as soon as they reach the tree line, it's not like they just, you can't see them because they're in the forest. Literally, as soon as they hit the tree line, they disappear. And you also notice that every one of them was carrying crates and boxes.
Nice. Viva la revolution.
Let's follow them.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a magic engineering check as you reach the tree line.
Okay.
Actually, before you do that, make sure I'm on the same page with you. So the leaders are sort of waving people through. They're going to be the last through. Do you wait until everybody leaves and then follow them, or do you come up to the leaders as the last of their people are leaving?
We're gonna
I'm
come
not
up
going up to the leaders. I'm following their direction.
Yeah, we're not leaders in this sense. We're just kind of going with the flow.
Okay, so you're just following the villagers as they're being flagged through or waved.
So that's a
into the
9
woods.
for
Gotcha.
magic engineering. I rolled a 4.
Nat 20.
Nice. So if you're filing in with the villagers, Ariana, you don't notice any magic or anything. You just suddenly find yourself in a clearing. You're not quite sure where you are because you just watched yourself walking into a bunch of woods. So that's where you find yourself, along with the rest of the villagers in the town, and a whole bunch of crates and boxes of swords and armor and other mill goods. So there might even be like some ceramics and grain, things like that. There's a whole bunch of supplies. Lash, as you go through, you can detect the magic, and you can tell that it's not really that you're being teleported somewhere. It's that you're not that far from the town. There's just an illusion combined with the trees to make it look like there's not a clearing here. But as you go through, the rest of the village leaders come through as well, and you're able to talk to them if you'd like.
Yeah, we're gonna talk with them.
Okay. Who would you like to talk to of the people that you talked to already?
Blacksmith first, because they're probably the most on our side on this.
They're probably the most informed as well, because this is a blacksmith town.
Okay, so you go talk to the lady that was at the blacksmith, and she says, "Oh, good, you made it. You made it out."
Yeah, that's quite the operation you have. What's the plan now?
Well, the plan is we're going to join up with the other villagers from the other towns that Lacrian attacked, and we'll go from there. We're I'm not really one to be involved with the big plans. That's Lacrian's the strategist.
Hmm.
Um,
And where is he? Or they?
well, I presume you just saw him riding the dragon.
Oh. That was like, oh. I must have known him.
That oh, that's great.
I get very How to Train Your Dragon 2 vibes. Like, oh.
Yes. I mean, I'm a little concerned because he's not taken on, an armory or a barracks yet. This is the first time he's
I believe he has.
attacked something this large, so
Yeah,
hopefully
but he
he'll
has
be
3
okay, but-
dragons, so I'm worried too much.
that's true. And even though there is an illusion, it doesn't block out the sound, so you do hear the sound of soldiers yelling and bows being fired, so the whoosh of arrows and fire and things like that happening just outside the tree line that you're behind.
Yeah, he should be fine. We're near the outskirts of, well, we're not on the edge of the kingdom where most of the garrison is placed, but we're kind of on the outer reaches, and the military doesn't keep a large posting around places like this. And then even then, that's usually our most disorganized.
Okay.
So what's my gut feeling on all of this?
You're welcome to roll gut feeling if you'd like to get a read on the situation
Yes.
and see if Lash's assumptions are correct.
Well, 19 plus 18 is 37, I think. 37. Yes.
You get the feeling that more troops were sent here because this is an armory, so it is something that makes big toys for the military, and so therefore it is a higher priority for them. So your gut feeling is like maybe this isn't just a bunch of disorganized soldiers. There was a lot of them pouring out of that barracks. You start to share some of this lady's concern for Lacrian. Like it might not just be an easy one-sided fight here.
I'm going to start walking in the direction of the town that Lacrian is attacking.
Okay.
And signal to Lash.
Signal what?
That I'm going in that direction.
Did you want me to come with you or stay here?
It's up to you.
Well,
I'm gonna help Lacrian.
oh, they can be very easy
Before
to.
you do make a decision, there are some consequences to consider here. So, the two of you do have a pretty, well, Ariana could have, but chooses not to. But Lash, you definitely have a pretty cushy life in the capital. You're both have done a lot for the kingdom, and so you have certain privileges and rewards that other people don't. You also have standing with the military, so that's why you're assigned to this. But they're going to be expecting a report back. So if you do help Lacrian, you're probably going to be hunted. If you help the soldiers, you'll probably be rewarded. And if you don't do anything, there's still going to be a lot of questions. Then you'll be lucky to get out of trouble.
Hunted this year.
So what do you want to do?
Allied next year. Year after, probably hunted again. I'm used to it.
When you're presumed dead, there's usually less hunting of you going about.
Okay.
You should ask my friend Wilfred about that.
Winslow.
Winslow.
You did what I did.
Winslow.
Okay. So you're gonna go help Lacrian then?
Oh, I don't know if we really should, help him, but if there are certainly more things placed there.
I'm very interested in Zacharian for other reasons, but
Okay, we're gonna go
I
help.
have concerns.
Lash will join and says, "Wait for me. You're not gonna be able to do this by yourself."
Okay. Also, admin, your RTX is doing it again.
Edward, okay. Most people are out of the room anyway. So, wait for me. You're not gonna be able to do this alone. We need to find who the captain is and take care of him.
All right. In the interest of time, I'm going to fast forward just a little bit. So you managed to get out into the village. You can see the battle happening. The smithy is already on fire. It's clearly been hit by a dragon blast. The white and the black dragon are circling overhead, and Lacrian is on the red dragon on the ground, fighting a whole bunch of rank and file soldiers with vines and thorns and things like that, and the dragon is breathing fire at them. There does seem to be one person sort of behind the rank and file that is directing things, and there are other soldiers milling about in the village, looking like they're preparing for something.
my priority is not to kill the soldiers, but rather to save Lacrian.
Okay.
And whether or not Lacrian wants to be saved is to be seen.
Let's figure out what so they're planning something in the barracks is what we can kind of see from here.
It looks like they're doing something in the barracks. You're not sure what, but not all the soldiers are fighting, which is a little odd unless they're planning something.
Let's start going to the barracks then. Well, that's where I'm gonna go. It's like I'm gonna check to see what's going on in the barracks. What are you planning to do?
There's a person on the ground about to be killed. I'm going to save him.
Good idea.
Okay. So in that case, we're going to be entering combat.
Excellent.
So I need to grab some information from my character sheet here. We're going to be rolling for swiftness.
I have a +3.
Nice. You took swift as the wind. So swiftness. Get to that section. I'm going to read this real quick for everybody. Swiftness. Each combat round is made up of turns with each player and NPC rolling for swiftness. It's determined by 1d20 plus the character's toughness score. Ties are resolved by who has the higher toughness score. If there's still a tie after that, then it's determined by a 1d6 roll until there is a clear order. So, also there's an asset called Swift as the Wind, which gives you a bonus. So 1d20 plus toughness. I'm just going to give roll once for all of the soldiers. So the soldiers.
Plus toughness.
So it's a 20 for them.
That's including my +2 bonus.
11, 15, plus 3, so it's 18. And Lash. So that was a 34 with the nat 20.
I got a 27.
Was that for swiftness there, admin?
Hello?
I think. I think we lost admin. His camera's frozen. Yep, there we go.
Bye bye. I
Uh,
will be right back. I have to
He'll
go
be-
do.
no worries. No worries. Well, that sounds like a good time to take a break then. So we're gonna take a quick break. We'll call this a 5 minute, maybe 10 minute break, depends on how long it takes admin to get back, and then we'll find out what happens in this encounter. So we'll be right back. with some swiftness order going on here.
And a raid.
Right.
So with all the numbers tallied up. Oh, hey! Hello!
Hello, raiders. You're just in time.
Thank you so much for that raid, Dice Priori.
Let's go.
Much appreciated.
I'm
Um,
look at me
I'm
not
not sure why my
in
raid alert
frame.
didn't go off.
Because you were at break.
Here we go. I had switched over. It's weird. Anyways, thank you. Oh, no, never mind. Okay. Yeah, how was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. I apologize that our raid alert didn't go off because it's really cool. We just redid it, but it didn't go off. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. We're doing our first playtest of Fundamental RPG Second Edition, and basically to sum up what has happened already. We're just getting ready to go into some combat. I was just about to talk about the swiftness order, or the turn order. But basically, our two cast members here have found out that they were working for some not so nice nobles who've not been treating their subjects the best, and the person that they were supposed to discover and apprehend or stop, they're currently siding with. So this is going to be exciting. They're in a blacksmith and milling town. Everybody's been evacuated except for the soldiers, and they're fighting. The soldiers are fighting Lacrian, the nature mage, who's currently on the back of a red dragon, and there's a white and a black dragon circling overhead. So I think that catches you all up. So we're going to go to the swiftness order. So Ariana, you got a 27, so you'll go first, followed by the soldiers with a 20, then Lacrian with an 18, and finally Lash with a 15. So Ariana, you can get up to the back line of those soldiers this turn.
I would rather not.
What do you want to do?
Just grab Lacrian and get the heck out of there. If
Lacrian's not going to go anywhere.
Aww.
Lacrian's on the back of a dragon fighting these soldiers.
Yeah,
if Lacrian wanted to leave, he could.
I didn't think Lacrian was any sort of real danger at the moment. Like, he's a little. He's being
I thought you
pretty
said
cool dude flying dragons all around, terrorizing a city.
Okay. I thought you said he was.
His dragon has. It's just that it's not a one-sided fight. His dragon's taken some arrows, and he's taken a little bit of damage, but yeah, he's not in like immediate danger. It's just not a for sure thing that he's gonna win because there's a lot of soldiers.
Can I, in that case, let's see, what can I do? Can I take some poison and incapacitate a few soldiers, not kill?
The only way to do that, poison's definitely gonna kill. You've got your poison dagger, which does extra damage. What you could potentially do is get them low on health and then punch them unconscious, because punching in fundamental RPG will do non-lethal damage.
Huh? Wait. Where's? You said it's a bunch of soldiers. Do any of them look higher up?
Yes. So what I was talking about before the break, you've got Lacrian on his red dragon, who is shooting vines and thorns at the rank and file soldiers that are sort of gathered around him and the dragon. They're not surrounding, it's more like a semicircle. And then behind the rank and file, you've got somebody that looks like he's in charge. He's giving orders. And then off to the left, as you're facing all of that, is the barracks where there are more soldiers milling about, doing something that you're not sure what they're doing. But it's definitely not something that would be good for Lacrian. Whatever it is.
I want to get rid of the one telling orders.
Okay, so you want to go sneak up on that guy and attack him.
Uh-huh.
Alright, give me a blend-in roll. And I'll let you do this basically outside of combat, since that's...
Blend in with my training, right?
No.
No. Okay. Just
Um,
just had to try there.
Because you're crossing open ground, so it's more like an assassination than
I thought that was
a thieving.
Nat 20, but no, that was not. That's 14 plus 20 is 34.
34? All right. Well, he's distracted, so 34 is going to be plenty to sneak up on him because he's not expecting to get hit from behind by somebody on the ground.
Poison
So
dagger.
you're able to take your movement action to get up to him. You're already hidden, so you are able to attack with your poison dagger or with both daggers, however you would like to do this.
I would just like to use the poison dagger. Straight to the heart.
Okay.
Stab through
You're
the
not
heart.
going to be able to one shot him, but you can definitely attack. Would you like to do a single dagger attack or? Oh yeah, you already said that. So go ahead and roll your attack roll, which for this is going to be. It's going to be your attribute and training, so your toughness, your training and melee attacks, and your die roll.
Toughness. Okay. Wonderful. So this is going to be 14 again. 14 plus 19 is 33.
Okay. Yeah, that's definitely going to hit. He doesn't see it coming. So go ahead and roll your damage, which for your dagger
Is 3d6
I
plus
remember
d4
right.
plus 7.
plus your toughness, yeah.
I'm going to find my favorite d4, which be this one right here. Okay, so that's a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus 7 is 20 damage.
Nice. You do a real good solid hit. Deal 20 damage. Where do you stab this guy?
Right, right, between the, right between the left shoulder blade and the third rib, which is exactly where the heart is.
Okay. Yeah, you stab and you definitely deal a lot of damage. He's got some blood coming off of his uniform in that spot. He's not dead. And he turns around pretty angrily. So you've got, I believe, a couple of different actions left.
Yeah, I'm going to use my other dagger that is not poisoned. Or no, I'm going to do bonus action.
Okay, so you want to go for a bonus action, so you'll need to spend 1 stamina point and roll 1d20. And if it is 1 through 10, then you don't get an extra action. If it's an 11 through 20, you will get an extra action.
Yes, that's a 17.
Nice. So you get an extra action. He is aware of you now, so he's going to be able to defend. Just as a heads up, but you can make another attack roll.
Ooh.
And he is
25.
he's going to deflect. I need a calculator here.
I'm going to use d6 because 25 does not seem like enough.
Hold on before you do that. I'm not gonna calculate his deal here. Yeah, it's so. So he's using deflect. Rolled an 18, so the total is going to be 35, and he's deflecting melee, which means he gets a +5 bonus. So his defense is a 40.
There's no reason for me to roll d6.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going with deflect for his defense this round. He bashes your dagger out of the way with his sword. And it's going to be his turn and the soldier's next.
Yeah, I'm going with deflect
So-
as well.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I forgot
No,
to
I'm going
ask you
go
to
with dodge. Never mind.
dodge. Okay. So you go with dodge as your defense.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy's got some magic here. Excuse me. I'm just looking at all the stuff that I put on my character sheet for the big bad evil guy.
Evil.
So let's see. I mean, it's debatable. Let's see. We're gonna do a couple things. So this guy has ice and luck magic. He's going to use Ultimate Spellcaster, which is an asset that he has, to use multiple stamina points for spells to combine traits. So we're going to do a luck roll. We're going to spend 2 stamina points. Let me start by saying that. Okay. So 2 stamina points. We're going to do a luck roll, which is just rolling 1d10. Luck magic is really interesting. You roll 1d10 and you get the result. There's no magic engineering roll involved with it. So I rolled an 8, which is re-roll your next check and take the higher result. So basically, advantage on the next roll, which is going to be to stab you with an icicle.
Me?
Yep.
Why?
What did they do, though? They
You
only
just-
stabbed the guy lovingly
You
through the
just-
heart.
Stabbed him!
Yeah,
Through the
I'm
heart.
I'm helping back
it-
in.
It was a heartfelt stabbing.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is 1d20 plus 25 for the magic attack. Yes. Okay. So that is a 29
And I'm rolling
versus
dodge,
your dodge.
which is +5 versus ranged. And this is not ranged.
This is a magic attack.
magic.
And actually, I'm going to re-roll that because I got the luck magic. That's a 40.
That's not better than a nat 20 plus 22.
Okay.
that's
That's your ninth nat 20 tonight?
52. Yeah, I
Wow. Okay.
So many.
Then yeah. The icicle goes flying past you, narrowly missing you. He's a little annoyed.
I bet.
So he's going to spend another
Poisoned.
stamina point.
Oh no.
And poisoned a little bit.
And see if we can do that again. We can do that again. So, same deal. He's starting with luck magic, which is, I love this. It's, you never know what's going to happen. It could be awful or it could be great. A 9. It's great. Gain +10 on your next check. That's a 44
Ooh.
coming at you with another icicle.
I don't think you can roll high
Yeah,
enough
I
for
don't think
that.
I can do that, but I'm going to try. Oh. So that's a 35.
Okay, so that's going to hit. So that's going to be 3d8 damage with his magic focus, which is his sword, +8 for his stamina attribute, And it's going to have an added effect because it is ice magic, and he spent a stamina point to add that magic effect to his attack.
It's gonna be ouchies.
Yeah.
Ouchie times.
So that's going to be a 22 damage.
Not bad.
And yeah, 22 damage. And it is going to have your move speed. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Hold that thought. I have to roll for magic engineering first. 43. Yeah, it's going to have your move speed for 1d4 rounds. For 3 rounds, you'll move at half the speed, which means you'll be at 30 feet, I think.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
You had base 50 as a movement, so it should be 25.
25. That's it. Thank you. Okay, that's his turn. He did a lot.
That's
next is going to be
Ariana has the base movement speed with no bonuses, but yeah.
Yeah. It's going to be Lacrane's turn next. Lacrane is getting pummeled with arrows pretty hard. And doesn't really like that a whole lot. So he's going to activate a magic item that he has, which is the Ring of Disruptive Children. He will spend a stamina point to create an illusion of 1d4 disruptive children. Roll 1d4. There
Hold
are
up.
4
Can I
disruptive
check
children.
that? That sounds familiar.
Familiar in character or out of character?
In character.
Sure.
Was that used on me earlier? Because I'm just watching that going, wait a second.
It was not used on you earlier. That was a real
Okay.
little girl.
Lash is suspicious.
All right, so it is a discipline check DC of 25 to detect the illusion. The children will act as distracting and disruptive as possible and run away from any pursuit, causing any enemies in the area to focus their attention on the children and attempt to control them. It'll last for 5 minutes times 1d4. So 20 minutes, or until the children are grabbed by an enemy, which causes the illusion to be dispelled because they're not actually there. So let's see how they do. Rank and file soldiers are all fooled, but the general guy has a base discipline of 27, so yeah, he's not fooled at all. But the rank and file soldiers are now completely focused on stopping these children, which are now running around screaming at the top of their lungs.
And the one that did detect the illusion is distracted by me.
Yes. They're screaming at the top of their lungs, crying, yelling, and they appear to be grabbing things off of the soldiers' belts and running off with them. And the soldiers are in complete disarray. That's going to bring us to Lash's turn.
Okay, Lash is going to post up in the nearest building that has line of sight to this general, and we're going to take a shot.
Okay.
Because if anybody notices me and comes at me, I want to be able to have some to work around a building. Let's see here. We're going to shoot him with the bow. And here we go. Never mind.
Oh no!
I roll well.
So who are
the dragons are really having an effect on Lash.
Okay.
All that therapy for nothing.
Go ahead and roll an attack roll again.
Oh boy.
And you were using dodge, right? Right, Ariana?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You'll get a +5. That's a 6 plus 28. It's 28 total.
No, it's 6 plus 28, so it's 34.
All right, so Ariana, you've got a 34 that you're getting attacked with.
So that's 12 plus 22 is 34. Plus 5 is
Plus
37.
5.
We Gucci.
Perfect. So yeah, you manage to duck out of the way just in time as this arrow just then plants itself in the ground next to you.
Unsatisfied, we're gonna use stamina point to. I can use a stamina point to attack a second time.
Yeah, you can try
Okay.
your mic's cutting some of your words out again.
And we're gonna use a stamina point, so 12 on the stamina roll.
That means you get an extra action.
Excellent. We're gonna try to attack him again. 36.
Nice. He's using deflect this turn, which is only gets a bonus versus melee. So one roll 1d20 plus deflect, which is 17. That is gonna hit.
Excellent. We're gonna 14 damage, and
Nice.
then I'm gonna go dodge on my defense, and that will pass.
Okay.
Wow, all of
All right,
those are
and then
less
it's gonna
than
be-
average.
Yeah. It's gonna be Ariana's turn next.
At least somebody's rolling well.
It's true.
I am rolling insanely well. I don't know what's up, but I didn't mean to.
You're fine. It's your turn.
I'm going to stab him in the heart again.
Okay.
Try at least to get under the breastplate. So that is plus 19. That's an 18 plus 19 would be 37 to hit.
37?
Yeah.
Sorry, my brain short-circuited there for a second. So that's going to be 30 plus 5 because of melee, so 35. It's going to hit.
Yay!
Nice.
And I'm going to roll these again. Ooh, that's 11, 12 plus 2 is 14 damage. Oh, 14 plus 7, so 21. 21.
Okay. He looks very, very, very messed up. He's hurting hard. Lacrian is next, I believe. No, soldiers are next. So he is going to use it's a +4 version of the Amulet of Dire Need. So the Amulet of Dire Need, it's an item to be used as a last resort. This is the +2 version, so I'll explain what the +4 version does a little bit differently here. It is a single-use item. Once it is used, the magic in it is used up and cannot be recharged. When the situation is dire and the danger to the party is grave, the player may spend all available stamina points to split and transfer up to 75% of their current HP, rounded up, to any number of allies in their party. So for example, if a character named Moira has 100 hit points and decides to use the full 75% to heal 3 other party members, each of the 3 party members will receive 25 hit points. Since this guy isn't really all that concerned with the life of others, he's got a version that does sort of the reverse. So he activates this. The amulet has a bright flash and crumbles. and half the soldiers that have been fighting Lacrian fall to the ground. Not dead, but weakened.
That does not seem very nice.
It's not. And he gets a whole bunch of hit points back. So he activates that. That's going to use up his stamina points, though. I did not anticipate having to use that so soon. There are still the other group of soldiers, though. So he's going to do that, which doesn't require an attack action. So he's going to stab at you.
Me.
Or rather, magic at you. He's out of stamina points, so he can't do cool spell things, but he can still just straight up attack you with magic.
I'm going to roll. This die, because this die is not rolling that dice.
Alright. What is, where'd it go? What's your total?
So 38 total.
Where?
To dump.
Trying to get back to the right window. So it's a 27 on the attack. So that's going to miss. The rest of the soldiers are going to trade blows with Lacrian's dragon. Then it's going to be Lacrian's turn. Lacrian also has luck magic, so he's going to spend a stamina point and try out some luck. An 8? Man, roll 20 is loving the luck magic.
Advantage.
Yup. And he's going to try and take out the rest of these soldiers with an area effect thorn attack. So he's going to spend a stamina point on, or 2 stamina points to do the luck and the nature together. And roll an attack roll to hit the soldiers. 20 plus 25. But gets a reroll because luck, which makes it a 31. In the interest of time, since we're running out of it, I'm going to say that just hits. So next is a magic engineering roll to see how effective those thorns are. And the answer is God tier effective.
Ooh.
God tier.
So with fundamental RPG, when you roll a nat 20, you get to add 10 to the result. So that makes it a 61, which is pretty wild.
That's some wild
I'm
magic.
gonna find the description for that. I see what you did there. Okay. Okay, the magic difficulty scale. 61. Not quite God tier. It's extraordinary, not legendary. But extraordinary is Olympic level feats. Tasks that would require years of dedicated training or study as well as a natural affinity. This level is rare in the world. Just as a fun little extra, if it had been... Actually, wait a minute. I had D6s.
Oh.
Yes!
Yes.
So that will make it legendary.
All we need. Wonderful.
Legendary is you've accomplished something impossible or at least improbable. You're the best of the best, Olympic gold medal and beyond level accomplishments. So just take off that D6 there. With that in mind, these thorn vines, I just realized I did it a little bit wrong previously when I tried to do the slowdown and the damage together. That's actually one or the other. You do damage or a magic effect, not both. So I did that wrong the last time with the general. So this isn't going to do damage. But it is going to effectively incapacitate the soldiers until Lacrian wants it to stop or dies. It's literally impossible for these soldiers at the level that they're at to get out of this. mathematically impossible. So, it's just the general left. And it's going to be Lash's turn.
Okay, we're gonna shoot him. We're gonna shoot him. We're gonna shoot him. 47.
Nice! Where is my character sheet? D20 plus... He's using deflect still. So it's going to be plus 17, no bonuses. That's going to be a hit. Nice! 22 damage.
Excellent.
So that's going to drop that down to...
Excellent.
Okay. Yeah, he takes a good chunk of damage. It's a real solid hit.
Yeah, lashes.
A lot of that extra hit points just went away.
Yeah, lashes upset. We're gonna. Okay. Give me one moment. Using stamina point. How many stamina points can I use in a round?
Just one if you're going for a bonus action. The only time you use more than one is like ultimate spellcaster stuff.
Okay, because I want to run up to him and stab him with the sword because I'm upset with him.
You're close enough. You can reach him without needing to use any extra movement actions.
Excellent. Okay, let's see if I can stab him. 11. Excellent. Bonus action gained, right? And need to get a 10 or more?
Yeah, so you got the bonus actions. You can attack again.
Excellent. We stab him. I don't have this one already set. 32.
All right.
Ooh.
41.
All right.
He takes his sword magic focus, and just deflects your stab out of the way.
Okay, we're gonna go block defense.
Block. Okay. What was that, Susie?
Yes, sword magic.
No, it's just his magic focus is his sword.
So yeah.
Kinda.
Moving on. Passing turn.
Yeah. So Ariana, it is your turn.
Yes, stabby. So this is yes, 16 plus 19 is, what was that again? Is 35.
35. All right, and that's stabbing, right?
Yes.
That's gonna hit.
And that's with poison.
Nice. So you'll add an extra D4 onto that.
He should be really poisoned by now. That's not great damage, but that's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus 7 is 18 damage.
18. Nice. Okay.
And I'm going to try for bonus action. Try.
Okay.
That's an 11.
Okay, so yeah, you get a bonus action.
Yay! And that is probably not going to hit, but 25.
Ooh.
Can I roll d6?
You absolutely can. Though,
That's a,
I also
that's
have
a
dice I can
6.
roll.
Oof.
25 plus 6 is...
Alright, it's still gonna hit.
So,
Excellent.
that's 31.
Excellent.
Yeah, so that'll hit. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Ooh, that's much better. So that's 11, 12, 13, 15, plus 7, 32. 22. 22. Not 30.
22. Okay. So the 22. Yeah. This is gonna kill him. I had another magic item on this guy because he's the big bad. But we're just about out of time.
I'm gonna be launched again,
So-
which is not really news to anyone.
Yeah. So yeah, there's another magic item because he's the big bad evil that I was going to use to give him even more life, but we're almost out of time. So I'm just going to say doesn't have that item. So yes, this is going to kill him. So describe for us how you slay the general.
Between the third and fourth vertebrae, just maneuver under the breastplate and just right.
Brutal.
Another heartfelt stabbing from our friend Ariana.
Right? Yeah. Just insta death. You get him in just the right spot, and he just slumps down to the ground dead. And as you look around, you see the white and the black dragon that have been circling overhead focus all of their attention on the soldiers in that barracks, who were bringing out ballista, getting ready to start shooting. They weren't fast enough, and the barracks explodes with 2 giant fireballs from these dragons. All of the soldiers who are still alive are tangled up in these vines.
What you're saying is if this was GTA, we'd have 5 stars.
Sure. I've never actually played that. But yes, you did well. So we're out of combat, and you notice Lacrian kind of slump off of his dragon and fall to the ground. And you can see he's been hit by a couple of arrows. So what do you do?
Oh, I'm gonna go and help him because that's that's something I can help with. I have a little bit of training with medicine.
Okay.
So
I'm going to try and see if anyone can help me because I'm at half health.
you're still standing. I'll deal with you in a moment. So I run up to Lacrian, holding my hands up so the dragon doesn't eat me. And
the dragon lets you approach.
Okay, and we're gonna medicine this. 22.
Nice. So with a 22, you're able to remove the arrows safely and bandage him up, and you can see he's not like about to die or anything. He's just exhausted and lost some blood, so he's a little bit weak. And he looks up at you, and you can see just make out parts of his face, even though he's in the light. The hood that he's got on just seems to keep his features concealed for the most part, but you do see he's got very sharp cheekbones. All of his features are kind of sharp. Cheeks are kind of sunken in a little bit, and you can see that his eyes are yellow, almost look like dragon eyes, and they glow just ever so slightly. He puts a hand on your shoulder and he goes, "I misjudged you. I thought you worked for the king."
Oh, well, we can talk about that later. Get up, we still have more work to do.
Does Ariana see this?
Yeah, you can see all this happening.
Slightly jealous.
You're close by. Lacrian just uses you for support and pushes himself up and he goes, "Alright, the work's never ending. Well, it looks like soldiers are taken care of at least. He's looking down at all these soldiers that are, like reaching with hands
I
up that
believe
are
the
kind
general
of contorted.
did most of the work for us.
Yes, just goes to show you the nobility and upper echelon of military don't really care about anybody else.
Sadly, sometimes that's true.
Right, well, no doubt you're going to be wanted.
Yes.
Well,
I'm
Welcome to join with us.
very familiar with being wanted. Holds up wanted poster.
This is a different level of wanted.
Yes. So this is 5 stars instead of 3 or 4.
oh, I've been known to do some wet work from time to time. I think I can manage.
Well, you're both welcome to join us as we, he coughs up some blood and goes, oh, that's not good. As we head to the next targets.
What do we do with these? These fellows.
Well, I'll leave that up to the two of you. I can release them once we're safely away and they can go report back to your king. Or I can dispatch them.
They're not an in between where you make them forget whatever they
Hold
saw.
It's a hard choice, but release them now. I'll talk.
Mind control, that's like some fantasy stuff.
Also, not good. Release them now. I'd like to speak with them.
Okay. He releases one of the soldiers. The rest of them are still tangled up.
And so after what you've seen here today, you see that your leader, even your commander, had no thought for you. You can either join with us and be a part of something more and greater than yourself, or unfortunately, if you do not join us,
Join or die.
unfortunately, I can't say join or die. As painful as it is to let people go and have to report back to the king that I'm still living and has now betrayed him, you can either join with us or you can leave and report back to the king. But right now, that choice is up to you.
Make a speech roll with advantage.
Well,
Oof. Good thing you had advantage on this.
well, it's a 13. Didn't work.
Oh, that was a 3 and a 1.
Yep.
Oh, dang. If you'd like to use another advantage, I will let you use this one after the roll.
Hey, we'll try to use the other advantage. There we go. 26.
There we go. 26. All right. Let's we'll beef up that advantage you had on the board as a reroll instead. So yeah, with the 26, given the situation, the soldiers agree. Not all of them are 100% on board with this plan, but they all agree that they don't really have a place to excel in the military. So some of them just outright leave and go off on their own to go to try to make a life for themselves in other kingdoms. But about half a dozen of the guards decide to side. Wow, that was a weird way to say that. They choose to side with Lacrian and the rest of the villagers.
I guess that was the best we can do.
Lacrian goes, well, if you want to continue with us, then you have one of those orbs, don't you?
Yes, we each have one.
All right. Well, let's take those two, put them on two of these bodies that are more burned up than the others. Perhaps they'll think you just perished and won't hunt you yet.
That's the plan. And if needed, both of us have been know how to disappear from time to time. And yeah, that's
Excellent.
What it is.
Okay. So you're able to put those on the bodies, hopefully convincing whoever comes across this that you've both died.
Well,
and you join with
very
the
believable
resistance folks.
That whoever the person is Ariana, because no one knows what they actually look like for the most part.
That's fair. And let's face it, everybody looks indistinguishable when they're a charred skeleton. So
yeah, that happens.
So yeah, you're able to join, and they welcome you with open arms and with physical arms in the form of weaponry.
A plus 30.
You're able to yeah, you're able to help them, work towards overthrowing the nobility. And that's where we're gonna wrap up our session here.
That was a very nice.
Maybe there'll be a part 2 later. But that was a lot of fun. Thank you both for playing. We're gonna do some wrap up here, and then we'll go on a raid. So we're gonna do our outros. I'm gonna start with Susie this time. What was your favorite part? Where can we find you next? And is there anything else that you'd like to share?
You can find me next on Monday on the game that we're doing, which we have not gotten to. What was
Empires and Epitaphs.
Empires and Epitaphs.
Monday's schedules has been rough with everything happening in the world.
You can find Jacques on Saturdays, which is tomorrow actually.
Indeed.
And my favorite part has got to be the part where, and this is going to seem odd, but my favorite part was when Ariana got illusioned. And right before we got to see who did it. Just
yeah,
that was my favorite part.
Awesome.
That was
cool. And then let's head over to
I was like, not
yes.
one. What does that mean? And it's like, oh, it's that bad.
Yeah, it was bad. And next we've got Admin. What was your favorite part? Where can we find you next? And is there anything else you'd like to share?
Goodness, there were a couple moments that I enjoyed. My favorite was really actually being able to land a shot instead of rolling ones. But I think the best part was the heartfelt stabbing. We were just really good at stabbing.
That was pretty great.
And you can find me in several places. You can catch me streaming at AdminAnon here on Twitch. I just stream games from time to time. Things have been going on with my computer, so that's kind of on a little hiatus right now. I'm on Twitter. I help produce different tournaments in Utah for League of Legends, and we're starting one for Legends of Runeterra relatively soon. So nice. That's yeah. There, I just kind of just chill.
All right, awesome. My favorite part, there was several that were pretty good. I really enjoyed the suspicions of everything. When you would come across something and be suspicious of it, it's always fun.
Immediately suspicious of everything.
Yes. And I really enjoyed the way that you two went with the story of questioning people and then going from working for the king and then deciding to switch gears as soon as you saw like, wow, he's kind of a jerk. So I purposely set it up to where you could make that decision, and it was really fun seeing how you came to that choice. So yeah, that was my favorite part. You can find me next. Tomorrow I'll be producing The Void Cavalcade, which is on the Stars Without Numbers system. And that's at 1 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, 3 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And then I'll be GMing Animus Absentus at 7 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, which is a game on the Fundamental RPG First Edition. It's a sci-fi where the crew of the ship, the cast members, their characters have lost their memories. They're trying to figure out who each other are, who they are, and kind of how to make their way in the galaxy, with big corporate trade wars happening all around them. It's going to be pretty interesting. And yeah, that's where you can find me next. We're going to go raid Scraticus, who's doing a big, huge charity thing over on his channel. And
Charity.
yeah, they had Matt Mercer on there earlier today. It was really cool, and they're raising money for a really good cause. There's a whole bunch of fantastic people that are on there today and tomorrow, I believe, as well, doing a whole bunch of charity streams. So definitely give them a follow if you're not doing so already. Scrat is in part responsible for why I do what I do. So definitely give them a follow if you're not doing so already. We've got our raid cry, which is coughs up blood. Well, that's not good. So yeah, thank you again, everyone, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.